Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is Space Station 1. The Hook. Welcome, intrepid listener, to Chapter 1, The Hook. This is more than just an introduction, it is your initiation, a metaphorical countdown to the most significant mission of your life. Today, right here, right now, we're not merely turning a page or starting a new audio track. We are igniting the engines of your personal and professional evolution. We are placing you, quite intentionally, in the command seat, as the seconds tick down to a launch that will redefine your trajectory, not just for the duration of this audiobook, but for the entire unfolding panorama of your future. Think for a moment about the truly pivotal moments in human history, those instances pregnant with anticipation, brimming with the promise of unprecedented change. What comes to mind? Perhaps a moment before a groundbreaking scientific discovery is announced, or the hushed silence in a stadium before a championship-winning play. For humanity, few moments encapsulate this collective held breath quite like a rocket launch. It is a spectacle of immense power, precise engineering, and audacious ambition, a testament to what we can achieve when we dare to dream beyond our immediate grasp. And yet, for the crew inside that vehicle, it is an even more profound, intensely personal experience, a culmination of years of training, dedication, and an unshakable belief in a vision. That is precisely where we want to position you now. This isn't about passively absorbing information, it's about actively preparing for a journey. It's about feeling the vibrations, hearing the commands, and understanding the stakes, because the mission we're embarking on together is nothing less than the construction, maintenance, and continuous expansion of your ultimate habitat for growth, Space Station 1. This station is a mental construct, yes, but its effects will be profoundly physical and tangible in your daily life, in your interactions, and in the very fabric of your aspirations. It represents a commitment to intentional living, to strategic development, and to an unyielding pursuit of your highest potential. This is your life's greatest mission, and the countdown has officially begun. Feel that subtle shift in the air, that quickening pulse. That's the energy of impending transformation. Are you truly ready to feel the rumble, to embrace the ascent, and to witness the earth recede beneath you as you reach for something far greater? Now, let us truly settle into this moment, to fully immerse ourselves in the prelude to this extraordinary journey. I invite you to close your eyes for a moment, if you can do so safely, or simply let your gaze soften, allowing your mind to drift. Listen intently. Do you hear it? Subtle background audio begins, a very low, resonant hum, gradually building in intensity, punctuated by the occasional soft crackle of radio static and the distant, almost subliminal sound of a rhythmic, synthesized voice counting down, T-60 seconds, 45, 30, the sounds are not overwhelming, but present, a persistent undercurrent. That subtle symphony you're hearing, that rising crescendo of power and anticipation, is the very heartbeat of a rocket launch. It's a sound that evokes wonder, trepidation, and an undeniable sense of purpose. It represents the collective will of thousands of individuals, working in perfect synchronicity, all focused on one singular, awe-inspiring objective, reaching for the stars. And in this context, it represents the imminent launch of your own personal potential, the release of dormant energy, and the initiation of a new chapter in your narrative. Let's delve deeper into this immersive audio experience. Real-world storytelling example, consider the iconic launches of the Apollo missions. Imagine, if you will, being one of the 3 astronauts strapped into that tiny capsule atop the colossal Saturn V rocket. You've trained for years, perhaps even decades, sacrificing countless personal moments, pushing your mind and body to their absolute limits. You've studied every system, memorized every procedure. Secondly, identify moments in your daily life where you might feel a similar countdown. Perhaps it's the final few days before a major presentation, the last few hours before a significant deadline, or even the seconds before you have to make a difficult phone call. In those moments, pause. Connect with the internal sensation of that countdown. Instead of letting it overwhelm you with stress, consciously channel that energy. Remind yourself that you are on the brink of a personal launch, an opportunity to excel, to grow, to face a challenge head-on. Use the mental image of the rocket's immense power not as a source of pressure, but as a source of your own untapped strength. Thirdly, create a ritual around this concept. Perhaps before you embark on a particularly challenging task, or before you sit down for a dedicated session of working on your personal and professional growth, take a deep breath, and silently count down from 10 to 1. Let each number resonate with an increasing sense of readiness, focus, and resolve. When you reach 1, tell yourself, launch. This small, consistent practice will condition your mind to associate the countdown with peak performance, courage, and the initiation of meaningful action. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a powerful psychological anchor you are building for yourself, a mental switch that prepares you for greatness, transforming trepidation into the focused energy of a launch. This is the first step in constructing your Space Station 1, recognizing and harnessing the power of the beginning, the moment of commitment. Subtle background audio fades out, leaving a lingering sense of quiet readiness. Now that we've truly felt the anticipation, the energy of that impending launch, it's time to confront a fundamental question, one that lies at the very heart of all significant personal and professional evolution. This is not a rhetorical query to be casually dismissed, it's a direct, penetrating inquiry designed to provoke genuine introspection. Are you truly ready to leave your comfort zone? This isn't a question about merely thinking about change, or wishing for different circumstances. It's about a deep, authentic readiness to step beyond the familiar, to relinquish the warm embrace of the known, and to venture into the exhilarating, yet sometimes intimidating, expanse of the unknown. Your comfort zone, after all, is a curious thing. It's a place of perceived safety, a collection of routines, beliefs, and behaviors that require minimal mental or emotional effort. It's where you feel competent, predictable, and in control. And there's nothing inherently wrong with comfort, of course. We all need havens, moments of repose and stability. But if growth is your ambition, if building Space Station 1 is your mission, then the comfort zone cannot be your permanent address. It must become a launchpad, a place you depart from, not a destination you perpetually inhabit. Let's unpack the essence of this critical question. Real-world storytelling example. Consider the story of Sarah, a talented graphic designer who had worked for the same reputable advertising agency for nearly a decade. She was good at her job, respected by her colleagues, and enjoyed a stable salary and benefits. Her daily routine was predictable: coffee at the same cafe, commute on the same train, working on similar client briefs, going home to her familiar apartment. She had her comfort zone meticulously constructed. Yet, beneath the veneer of contentment, a quiet unease festered. She had dreams of creating her own studio, of working on projects that truly resonated with her artistic vision, of having complete creative freedom. But the thought of leaving her stable job felt like staring into an abyss. The security blanket of her regular paycheck, the familiar faces, the well-understood corporate structure, these were incredibly hard to let go of. She spent months, then years, contemplating the leap. She'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, visualizing worst-case scenarios: bankruptcy, failure, regret. This iterative process of identifying, attempting, and reflecting is how you expand your growth zone, module by module, readying yourself for the grand construction of Space Station 1. This continuous practice of gently challenging your boundaries is not just preparation, it is the very act of building the mental and emotional resilience required for sustained growth. Having felt the countdown's pulse, and having honestly confronted the challenge of leaving your comfort zone, we now arrive at the core metaphor that will guide our entire journey: the introduction of Space Station 1 as the ultimate habitat for your personal and professional growth. This isn't just a catchy title, It's a meticulously designed conceptual framework, a mental blueprint for building a life of purpose, mastery, and continuous evolution. Think of Space Station 1 not as a distant, unattainable object, but as a living, breathing ecosystem you are actively constructing, maintaining, and expanding. It is your personal sanctuary, your laboratory, your command center, orbiting above the mundane, offering a unique vantage point from which to observe your world, strategize your next moves, and execute your most ambitious plans. It is a place of intentional design, where every component serves a specific purpose, contributing to the overall mission of your self-actualization. Let's explore this powerful metaphor in detail. Real-world storytelling example. Consider the actual International Space Station ISS. It's not a single monolithic structure, but a marvel of modular construction. Different nations contributed different components: laboratories, living quarters, solar arrays, docking ports. Each module was launched separately and then meticulously assembled in orbit, piece by intricate piece, over decades. What started as a vision became a collaborative, constantly evolving habitat, a testament to human ingenuity and cooperation. Astronauts live there, conducting groundbreaking scientific experiments, observing Earth, maintaining complex systems, and collaborating across cultures. It is a place dedicated to discovery, to pushing the boundaries of human knowledge, and to sustained, focused work in a hostile environment. Now, let's translate this to an individual. Think of someone like Elon Musk, or perhaps a less public figure, a brilliant artist named Maya who decided to completely transform her life and career. Maya, after years of feeling creatively stifled, envisioned her Space Station 1. Her initial core module was her personal studio, a physical space she cleared out and dedicated solely to her art. But that was just the beginning. She then added a learning module, which involved a strict daily routine of online courses in new art techniques and business skills. Her networking module was a deliberate strategy to connect with other artists, gallerists, and mentors, forming her crew of collaborators and advisors. She built a physical well-being module through consistent exercise and nutrition, understanding that her body was the vehicle for her creative energy. Her mindfulness module included daily meditation and journaling to manage stress and foster clarity of vision. Each of these components wasn't just an activity, it was a deliberate, integrated system designed to support her overarching mission of becoming a recognized artist and establishing a sustainable creative career. Like the ISS, Maya's Space Station 1 wasn't built overnight. It was a continuous process of adding, refining, and maintaining modules, adapting to challenges, and always striving for optimal functionality. It gave her structure, purpose, and a clear, actionable vision for her growth, allowing her to orbit above the daily noise and focus on her true trajectory. Psychological analysis of why it matters. The metaphor of Space Station 1 is incredibly powerful from a psychological perspective because it leverages several fundamental cognitive principles. Firstly, humans think in stories and metaphors. Abstract concepts like personal growth can feel vague and We've collectively experienced the visceral thrill of a countdown, the exhilarating prelude to a momentous launch. We've confronted the fundamental, often challenging, question of whether we are genuinely ready to step beyond the comfortable confines of the known and embrace the expansive, growth-filled territory of the unknown. And we've laid the groundwork for a powerful, enduring metaphor, Space Station 1, your ultimate habitat for continuous personal and professional growth. This initial chapter, the hook, was designed not just to introduce you to a concept, but to ignite a spark, to trigger a shift in perspective, and to secure your active commitment to the journey ahead. We've leveraged the psychological power of anticipation, the necessity of confronting discomfort, and the organizational clarity that a compelling metaphor can provide. You are no longer just an observer, you are now an integral part of this mission. You are the astronaut, the commander, the chief engineer of your own extraordinary vessel. The hum of the engines may have faded, but the echoes of the countdown should still resonate within you, a gentle reminder of the launch that has just begun. The question of your readiness to leave your comfort zone is not a one-time assessment but an ongoing invitation to courage and expansion. And the vision of Space Station 1, your personal, evolving sanctuary for growth, is now firmly established in your mind's eye, awaiting your meticulous design and dedicated construction. As we transition from this powerful opening, prepare yourself for the next phase of our journey. In the chapters that follow, we will begin to delve into the specific principles, strategies, and actionable steps required to not only design but also to build, maintain, and continuously upgrade the various modules of your Space Station 1. We will explore the vital systems that ensure its stability, the communication protocols that foster effective collaboration, and the navigation tools that keep you on your optimal trajectory. This isn't just theory, it's a practical guide, a comprehensive manual for operating at peak performance in the boundless frontier of your own potential. So, take a deep breath. Feel the exhilaration of having embarked on this path. The universe of your possibilities awaits, vast and full of opportunity. Your Space Station 1 is calling. Are you ready to answer? Let us continue this incredible mission together. Introduction. Welcome, fellow explorers, to Space Station 1. I'm your mission commander, and it's my distinct privilege to guide you through what promises to be one of the most ambitious and rewarding journeys you'll ever undertake, right from the comfort of wherever you're listening. This chapter, Chapter 2, is our introduction, a moment for us to connect before we truly launch into the vast expanse of our endeavor. Think of it as our pre-flight briefing, a chance for us to align our objectives, to understand the scope of what we're about to achieve together. My role here isn't just to narrate facts, it's to be your experienced guide, your seasoned astronaut who has seen the stars and faced the void. I want to establish a tone that is not just professional, but deeply human, conversational, and perhaps even a little personal. After all, building a space station, even hypothetically through sound, is a profoundly human undertaking, isn't it? It's a testament to our collective ingenuity, our unwavering curiosity, and our boundless capacity to dream beyond the terrestrial. We're embarking on a journey that, in its entirety, will span approximately 288 minutes of your time. That's nearly 5 hours. 5 hours dedicated to understanding the intricacies, the breathtaking challenges, and the profound triumphs involved in constructing humanity's next orbital home. Is that not an incredible investment of your focus and imagination? It certainly is for us, the team behind this project, and we believe it will be for you too. This isn't just about absorbing information, it's about experiencing the process, step by painstaking step, marveling at the sheer audacity of human ambition. We'll navigate the complex engineering, the logistical nightmares, the scientific breakthroughs, and the sheer grit required to piece together something monumental in the unforgiving vacuum of space. It's a journey that demands your full presence, your open mind, and your willingness to envision the impossible becoming possible. Are you ready to dive into the profound depths of this challenge with me? I certainly hope so. Now, before we propel ourselves into the technical specifics and the grand vision of Space Station 1, I want to share a brief story with you, something from my own past that deeply shaped my perspective on these kinds of monumental undertakings. It's an anecdote about a failure to launch, not a catastrophic explosion or a dramatic system malfunction, but a quiet, almost imperceptible halt just moments before liftoff. It was years ago, during a critical test flight for a new generation of heavy-lift launch vehicles. We had spent months, nay, years, meticulously planning every single detail. Thousands of engineers, scientists, and technicians had poured their lives into this project. The vehicle stood majestic on the launch pad, an awe-inspiring pillar of human innovation against the dawn sky. I was part of the ground crew then, overseeing the final stages of propulsion system checks. The energy in the Launch Control Center was electric, a palpable hum of anticipation and anxiety. Every screen glowed green, every parameter was nominal, the countdown clock ticking relentlessly towards T0. 10, 9, 8, the main engines ignited with a thunderous roar that vibrated through the very bedrock beneath us, shaking the entire facility. 7, 6, 5, the hold down clamps were preparing to release. Then, at T-4 seconds, just as the final sequence was initiating, a single, solitary amber light flickered on a tertiary fuel pressure sensor readout, nestled amongst hundreds of others on one of the auxiliary consoles. It wasn't a red light, indicating immediate abort. It wasn't even a flashing red. Just amber, a warning, a suggestion of a deviation, tiny, almost imperceptible, a mere whisper in the roaring symphony of a rocket preparing for flight. My team leader, a veteran whose silver hair matched his years of experience, caught it. His eyes, usually sharp and quick, paused, then narrowed. He cross-referenced it with. Yet, it was a deviation. It was an imperfection. This incident, this almost failure, this meticulous adherence to an absolute zero tolerance for imperfection, taught me an invaluable lesson that I carry with me to this day as your commander. It wasn't just about the hardware, it was about the mindset. It was about the unwavering commitment to perfection, the understanding that in space, there are no second chances for certain kinds of errors. It taught me that sometimes, the greatest strength isn't pushing through a perceived minor flaw, but having the wisdom and the courage to halt, to reassess, to ensure absolute integrity. It instilled in me the profound respect for the phrase, better safe than sorry, amplified a millionfold when you're dealing with the vacuum of space, extreme temperatures, and the lives of astronauts. Now, why am I sharing this rather lengthy anecdote with you, my fellow journey takers? Psychologically, it's crucial for us to understand that truly grand achievements, like building a space station, are not born from effortless progress. They are forged in the crucible of meticulous planning, relentless iteration, and yes, sometimes, even the quiet humility of a necessary pause, a momentary setback that prevents a far greater catastrophe. Sharing this personal moment of near failure isn't just about humanizing me as your narrator, it's about building a foundational trust with you, our listener. It demonstrates that I understand the stakes, that I appreciate the gravity of precision, and that I recognize the intrinsic value of learning from every single step, every single anomaly, no matter how small. It sets the expectation that our journey together will be one of rigorous attention to detail, a methodical progression where every component matters, and every phase is critical. So, how can you, the listener, apply this practical wisdom to your own endeavors, whether they are grand projects or daily tasks? First, cultivate an appreciation for the details. Are there any amber lights in your own life or work, those subtle signals that something isn't quite right, even if it's within acceptable margins? Don't dismiss them. Take the time to investigate, to understand the root cause. Secondly, embrace the concept of the scrub. Sometimes, the most productive action is to halt, to reevaluate, to prevent potential larger problems down the line, rather than to forge ahead blindly. This might mean postponing a decision, revisiting a plan, or even taking a necessary break. It requires courage, patience, and a long-term perspective. And finally, recognize that even in moments of disappointment or frustration, such as a project delay, there is always an opportunity for deeper learning and greater resilience. Every failure to launch can be transformed into a valuable lesson that strengthens your future endeavors. Does that resonate with you? The idea that sometimes slowing down is the fastest way to truly advance? I certainly hope it does. With that foundational understanding of precision and patience firmly in place, let's now turn our attention to the incredible structure of our upcoming mission. Building Space Station 1 isn't a single, monolithic undertaking, It's a meticulously phased operation, broken down into 6 critical chapters, each a vital step in transforming a grand vision into a tangible orbital reality. Think of these chapters as the major stages of our construction project, each one building upon the success of the last, each presenting its own unique set of challenges and triumphs. Our first chapter, which you'll embark upon immediately after this introduction, is titled Conceptualization and Design, the Blueprint for Orbit. This is where we lay the intellectual groundwork for everything that follows. We won't be lifting a single piece of hardware off the ground just yet. Instead, we'll dive deep into the initial spark of an idea, the feasibility studies, the countless hours spent sketching, modeling, and simulating. We'll explore the fundamental questions. What is the station's purpose? Chapter 3 takes us into launch vehicles and logistics, getting things into orbit. This is where the rubber meets the road, or rather, where the rocket engines ignite. We'll examine the different types of launch vehicles capable of lifting massive station components into Earth orbit, from the heavy-lift rockets to the specialized cargo craft. We'll delve into the physics of orbital mechanics, the complexities of launch windows, and the precise trajectory calculations required to rendezvous with the station's nascent core. This chapter covers the entire launch campaign, from assembly at the launch site, through fueling, to the final countdown and liftoff. It's a thrilling, high-stakes ballet of power and precision, where millions of moving parts must perform flawlessly in perfect synchronicity. Can you feel the rumble of the engines, the sheer G-forces as we ascend? Psychologically, this chapter is crucial for conveying the sheer audacity and mechanical marvel of space flight. It bridges the gap between static design and dynamic action, igniting a sense of wonder and excitement. It also emphasizes the incredibly tight operational windows and the unforgiving nature of orbital mechanics, fostering an appreciation for the precise timing and flawless execution demanded by space missions. It reinforces the concept of risk management and the heroic efforts of launch teams. Practically, this chapter teaches you about execution and timing. When embarking on your own launch, consider your window of opportunity. Are your conditions optimal? Are all systems go? Have you accounted for every variable? This phase emphasizes the importance of a well-executed plan, understanding that even the best preparation can be undone by poor execution or a missed opportunity. It's about bringing your project to fruition with maximum efficiency and impact, making sure your launch is successful. Then we move to Chapter 4, Orbital Assembly, Phase 1, Establishing the Core Module. This is where the real construction in space begins. We'll explore the challenges of working in zero gravity, the delicate dance of robotic arms and spacewalking astronauts, as the initial habitat and power modules are maneuvered into place and securely docked. We'll discuss the precision required for these maneuvers, the risks of micrometeoroid impacts, and the specialized tools and techniques developed for extravehicular activity, or EVA. This chapter focuses on the foundational elements, the initial habitable volume, and the establishment of basic life support and communication systems. It's the breathtaking moment when Space Station 1 begins to take physical shape, a testament to human perseverance against the backdrop of an infinite cosmos. Imagine the view from an astronaut's visor, seeing the station grow module by module. Psychologically, this phase provides tangible evidence of progress, turning abstract plans into concrete structures. It highlights the unique challenges and triumphs of human adaptation to extreme environments, and the incredible skill and courage of astronauts. It also introduces the concept of modular construction and the iterative nature of building something complex, piece by carefully connected piece. It's the reward of seeing early results, which further motivates the team. For your practical application, this is about the power of starting and building foundational elements. What is the core module of your project? What are the absolute essentials that must be established first? Focus on getting these critical initial pieces right, even if it means slowing down. Just as a space station needs a stable core, your projects need a robust foundation to expand upon. It's about methodical, step-by-step construction, ensuring each component is properly integrated before moving to the next. Chapter 5 expands our vision further with orbital assembly, Phase 2, expanding the station. Having established our core, we now add the scientific laboratories, the additional living quarters, the advanced communication arrays, and the EXT. Picture the sheer scale of the rocket towering above you, a silver titan against the blue sky. Feel the concrete vibrating faintly beneath your feet as the ground support systems hum with power. You walk with purpose, a sense of quiet determination in your stride. As you step into the transfer van, feel the subtle rumble as it takes you to the gantry. The air is crisp, perhaps a little humid, carrying the faint, metallic scent of rocket fuel. You see the gleaming white structure of the launch tower, reaching towards the heavens, its gantries and access arms illuminated by powerful floodlights. Now, imagine yourself climbing aboard, ascending through the access arm, the sounds of the launch pad fading slightly as you enter the capsule. It's snug, isn't it? Functional, built for purpose, not for comfort. You slide into your seat, the harness straps tightening firmly across your chest and shoulders, securing you against the immense forces you're about to experience. The helmet comes down, clicks into place, and the visor seals. The world narrows to the view through your viewport, and the gentle hum of the life support system in your suit. You run through your mental checklist, hearing the calm, reassuring voices of mission control in your ear. Systems check. Communications nominal. Oxygen flowing. Hydration good. You take a deep breath, perhaps a little shaky, perhaps a little excited, and you steady yourself. This is it. The countdown begins, first a distant voice, then clearer, stronger. 10, 9, 8. Feel the gentle vibration begin, growing stronger, a low thrumming that resonates through your entire body. 7, 6, 5. The main engines ignite with a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of sound and power that shakes you to your very core. 4, 3, 2, 1, and then, the sensation of lift. A gentle push at first, growing exponentially, pressing you back into your seat. The G-forces build, your body becoming heavy, your breath perhaps catching in your throat. The world outside the viewport is a blur of flame and smoke, then suddenly, a breathtaking ascent into the deep blue, then the black of space. You are no longer on Earth. You are ascending. You are truly on your way. Now, why this elaborate mental exercise? Psychologically, this act of imaginative immersion is incredibly powerful. It transforms you from a passive listener into an active participant, a crew member on this mission. It bypasses mere intellectual understanding and taps directly into your emotional and sensory systems, making the experience far more vivid and memorable. It creates a shared mental space, building a deeper connection between us, your commander, and you, our invaluable team member. This active visualization primes your mind for engagement, fostering a deeper level of focus and curiosity for the information that is about to unfold. It's about activating your own internal astronaut, unleashing your imagination to truly grasp the scale and wonder of what we're about to explore. It instills a sense of shared adventure and commitment. Practically speaking, this means giving yourself permission to truly engage. Find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Let your imagination soar. Don't just listen to the words, try to feel them, to see the things I describe, to experience the journey with me. This isn't just an audiobook, it's a simulated mission, and your mental presence is vital. Treat this journey as an actual expedition, requiring your focus, your concentration, and your full imaginative participation. By consciously engaging your mind in this way, you'll not only retain the information more effectively but also extract a far richer and more profound sense of wonder and accomplishment from our shared venture. It's an invitation to treat this experience with the seriousness and excitement it deserves. So, now that we've set the stage, now that you've mentally donned your spacesuit and felt the rumble of liftoff, are you ready to truly begin? Are you ready to move beyond the preamble and dive headfirst into the profound complexity? Chapter 1, Leaving Gravity Behind. Welcome, intrepid listener, to Space Station 1. This isn't just a book, it's an embarkation, a launch sequence for your own extraordinary potential. If you've ever gazed up at the night sky and felt a pang of longing, a whisper of a grander destiny, then this journey is for you. In this inaugural chapter, Leaving Gravity Behind, we embark on a profound exploration of those invisible, yet incredibly powerful, forces that tether us to the familiar, to the comfortable, and often, to the unfulfilled. Think for a moment about a rocket on its launch pad. It is a magnificent structure, filled with incredible power, designed for an incredible journey. Yet, it sits there, held firmly to the earth by an omnipresent force, gravity. Gravity, in its physical sense, is essential for our existence here, but metaphorically, it represents something far more restrictive in our personal lives. It's the silent, often unrecognized resistance that prevents us from truly lifting off, from breaking free of our own planetary orbit of expectations, fears, and habitual thinking. Our core mission in this chapter, our first critical step towards building your personal space station 1, is to help you identify and subsequently conquer these earth-bound habits, these fears, and this insidious resistance that are surreptitiously holding you back from truly reaching your highest potential, from claiming the trajectory that is uniquely yours. We're talking about more than just breaking bad habits, we're talking about a fundamental shift in perspective, a liberation of your inherent capabilities. Are you ready to begin to feel the engines rumble? Now, let's delve deeper into what exactly constitutes this personal gravity. It's not a physical force, of course, but its effects are just as real, just as palpable, and sometimes even more restrictive than the Earth's pull. We can define personal gravity as a complex amalgamation of negative self-talk, the insidious habit of procrastination, and the often unseen detrimental influence of toxic environments. Let's unpack negative self-talk first, shall we? This is perhaps the most pervasive and insidious form of personal gravity because it originates from within. It's that internal monologue, that relentless inner critic that whispers doubts and limitations into your ear. It manifests as thoughts like, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'll never achieve that, or what's the point of even trying? These aren't just fleeting thoughts, they are deeply ingrained belief systems, often forged from past failures, critical comments from others, or societal conditioning. They form the bedrock of our comfort zones, those familiar yet often constricting spaces where we feel safe from the perceived risks of growth and change. Have you ever had a brilliant idea, a spark of inspiration, only to have it immediately extinguished by a wave of self-doubt? That, my friend, is your personal gravity at work, whispering sweet nothings of inadequacy to keep you grounded. Consider the story of Elias, a brilliant software engineer with a hidden passion for photography. He harbored a deep desire to quit his corporate job and launch his own photography business, traveling the world capturing breathtaking landscapes. Yet, every time he considered taking a step towards this dream, that internal critic would kick in. You're not artistic enough, Elias, it would snicker. Your photos are decent, but not extraordinary. What if you fail? You'll lose your stable income, disappoint your family, and end up regretting everything. These thoughts, like heavy chains, kept him anchored to his desk job, year after year. He'd spend hours on the weekend researching cameras, editing software, and potential locations, but the thought of actually marketing his services or even telling his friends about his serious artistic aspirations felt like an insurmountable climb. he would tell himself that he simply didn't have the business acumen or the creative spark needed, despite ample evidence to the contrary in his meticulously curated portfolio. The fear of external judgment was amplified by his own internal judge, making any launch feel impossible. From a psychological perspective, this negative self-talk often stems from a combination of cognitive biases and a deep-seated fear of vulnerability. Our brains are wired for survival, and sometimes, that means avoiding perceived threats, even if those threats are merely the discomfort of venturing into the unknown or the potential for failure. Cognitive distortions, such as catastrophizing, assuming the worst outcome, overgeneralization, one negative event means all future events will be negative, and personalization, blaming oneself for things outside of one's control, fuel this internal monologue. Moreover, our self-esteem, which is essentially our belief in our own worth and capabilities, takes a direct hit. When our self-esteem is low, our personal gravity feels even heavier. We crave comfort and predictability, even if that comfort comes at the cost of stagnation. This matters because it directly impacts our willingness to take risks, to innovate, and to pursue our authentic desires. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you constantly tell yourself you can't, you almost certainly won't. So, how do we begin to counteract this specific gravitational pull? The first practical application step is to cultivate radical self-awareness. Begin to observe your thoughts as if you were an impartial witness. When that negative internal voice arises, don't immediately accept it as truth. Instead, label it. Say to yourself, "Ah, there's my inner critic again, trying to keep me safe." Question its validity. Is there actual evidence for this belief, or is it just a fear? Journaling can be an incredibly powerful tool here. Dedicate a few minutes each day to writing down these negative thoughts and then, critically, write down a counter-argument or an alternative, more empowering perspective. For Elias, this might have looked like writing, "My inner critic says I'm not artistic enough," followed by, "But my clients always praise my eye for detail, and my landscape shots consistently get positive feedback online." Another crucial step is to actively seek out and consume positive, uplifting content. Curate your social media feeds, read inspirational books, listen to podcasts that challenge your limiting beliefs. Your mind is like a garden, what you plant in it will grow. Start planting seeds of affirmation and possibility. Next on our list of personal gravitational forces is procrastination. The siren song of "I'll do it tomorrow." Procrastination isn't merely laziness, it's a complex psychological phenomenon often rooted in fear, perfectionism, or an overwhelming sense of the task's magnitude. It's the art of putting off important tasks in favor of less important, more pleasurable, or easier ones. While it offers temporary relief from discomfort, it ultimately creates a much heavier burden of guilt, stress, and missed opportunities. It's like a slow leak in your fuel tank, gradually depleting the energy you need for liftoff. Think of Sarah, who dreamed of writing a novel. She had a brilliant concept, detailed characters, and even an outline. But the sheer scale of writing an entire book felt paralyzing. Each morning, instead of opening her manuscript, she'd find herself endlessly scrolling through social media. See, this matters deeply because even with strong internal resolve, a persistently toxic external environment can eventually wear down even the most determined individual, making the escape velocity required for personal growth seem impossible. It's incredibly difficult to launch a rocket when the very ground beneath you is actively trying to pull you down. To overcome the gravity of toxic environments, the practical application is to proactively curate your surroundings. This means setting firm boundaries with people who are consistently negative or unsupportive. It might involve having difficult conversations, or in some cases, even reducing or ending contact. Actively seek out supportive communities and individuals who uplift and inspire you. This could be a mastermind group, a supportive friend, an online community dedicated to your interests, or a mentor. Evaluate your digital spaces, unfollow accounts that make you feel inadequate, stressed, or angry, and instead, follow those that provide value, inspiration, and positive connections. Consider your physical environment too. Decluttering and organizing your workspace can have a surprisingly positive impact on your mental clarity and focus. Remember, you have the power to choose who and what you allow into your personal orbit. Surrounding yourself with positive influences acts as a propellant, giving you the necessary boost to break free. Now that we've identified these insidious forces of personal gravity, how do we generate the actual power to overcome them? We need thrust. And that brings us to our next key point, introducing the thrust equation framework for building initial momentum. Just as a rocket requires a precisely calculated amount of thrust to escape Earth's gravitational pull, your journey toward your highest potential requires a deliberate and sustained application of personal thrust. This isn't about brute force, it's about intelligent design and consistent execution. Let's define our metaphorical thrust equation as thrust equals clear purpose plus consistent action / resistance plus inertia. Let's break down each component. Clear purpose, this is your destination, your why. Without a clear understanding of where you want to go and why it matters to you, your rocket has no trajectory. It's fuel without direction. Your purpose must be deeply resonant, something that ignites your passion and pulls you forward, even when faced with challenges. It's not just a goal, it's the underlying meaning and value you assign to that goal. Consistent action, this is the fuel ignition, the engine firing. It's the daily, often small, deliberate steps you take towards your purpose. It's the disciplined effort, the commitment to showing up, even when motivation wanes. Consistency trumps intensity in the long run. Small, repeated actions create compounding results, just like a rocket slowly building speed. Resistance, this is the atmospheric drag we discussed earlier, negative self-talk, procrastination, toxic environments. It's anything that actively pushes back against your efforts to move forward. The more resistance you face or allow, the more thrust you'll need. Inertia, this is the inherent tendency of things to stay in their current state. A rocket on the ground has enormous inertia, a massive reluctance to move. In your life, inertia is the comfort zone, the gravitational pull of the status quo, the comfort of familiar habits, even if they are unhelpful. It takes significant initial force to overcome inertia and begin movement. Therefore, our equation tells us that to maximize thrust, we need a compelling purpose, coupled with relentless, consistent action, while simultaneously minimizing both resistance and inertia. Let's consider Mark, who for years struggled with his health. He knew he needed to exercise and eat better, but he was stuck in a cycle of sporadic efforts followed by giving up. His personal inertia was immense, and his resistance came from a demanding job and a sedentary lifestyle. His clear purpose shifted from a vague get in shape to a deeply personal I want. You are standing firm, feeling the immense weight of the world beneath you. This weight, this pull, is your personal gravity. Feel the familiar constraints, the known limits, the comfortable yet confining pressures that have kept you grounded. It's not necessarily bad, it's just there, a constant presence. You are positioned within a magnificent spacecraft, a vessel of your own making, designed for your unique journey. Feel the cool metal beneath your hands, the sturdy frame around you. This ship is a reflection of your dreams, your capabilities, and your unexpressed potential. Around you, the bustling activity of the ground crew signifies the final preparations. You hear the distant chatter, the whirring of machinery, the final checks. Everything is being calibrated for your flight. Your inner critic might whisper, "Are you sure about this? It's so risky. It's safer down here." Acknowledge that voice, but let it fade, like a distant echo. This is your moment. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Feel the subtle vibrations beneath your feet, a deep tremor that originates from within the very core of your being. 7, 6. Your heart begins to quicken, not from fear, but from anticipation, a surging excitement. 5, 4. The control panels before you flicker to life, displaying all the systems green. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A low, resonant rumble begins, deep within the belly of your craft. It's not violent, but profound. Feel it vibrate through your entire body, a primal force awakening. Slowly, steadily, the power builds. The rumbling intensifies, growing into a magnificent roar, a symphony of purpose and energy. You feel a gentle but firm push, a colossal force pressing you back into your seat. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, your vessel begins to lift. The ground crew shrinks away, becoming tiny specks. You are rising, inch by agonizing inch, then foot by foot. The earth below, once so dominant, begins to recede. You can see the structures, the landscapes, the cities that have held you, that have shaped you. Feel the immense drag of the atmosphere, the dense resistance pushing against your ascent. This is the resistance of old habits, of limiting beliefs, of those who doubted you. But your thrust is powerful, unrelenting. As you gain speed, the world outside your window begins to blur. The blue of the sky deepens, transitioning from a familiar daytime hue to a brilliant, impossible sapphire. The roar becomes a deep thrumming, constant and powerful. You are pushing through the sound barrier now, though you hear no distinct boom inside your shielded craft. The vibrations become smoother, more controlled. Higher and higher you climb. The blue fades into an inky, velvety blackness. Beneath you, the earth unfurls itself in magnificent detail, a swirling canvas of blues, greens, and browns, swathed in white clouds. It looks peaceful, beautiful, yet distant. You are no longer part of its immediate grasp. You have broken free. Then, the engines quiet. Not stopping, but settling into a serene hum. You feel a profound shift. The crushing pressure eases. You feel light, incredibly light, as if a monumental weight has been lifted from your shoulders, from your very soul. You are floating. You are in orbit. You have left gravity behind. Look out the window now. See the curvature of the earth, a luminous marble hanging in the vast, star-dusted cosmic ocean. Feel the sense of boundless possibility that stretches before you. There are no more ceilings, no more restrictive boundaries. The perspective has fundamentally changed. What once seemed insurmountable, what felt heavy and oppressive, now looks like a beautiful, distant memory, a place you've journeyed from. Feel the exhilaration, the peace, the profound sense of liberation. This is your new vantage point, a place where new trajectories are possible, where every direction is open. Bask in this feeling for a moment. Feel the lightness, the freedom, the quiet power of your accomplishment. Now, gently bring your awareness back to your breath. Feel the chair beneath. Chapter 2, Life Support Systems. Welcome back to Space Station 1, your personal guide to building an unshakable foundation for an extraordinary life. In our last chapter, we embarked on the initial launch sequence, setting our sights on the incredible journey ahead. Now, as we transition from the exhilaration of the launch pad, we arrive at a profoundly critical phase, one that, while perhaps less dramatic, is absolutely essential for sustained success. Chapter 2, Life Support Systems. Imagine for a moment a space station, orbiting silently above Earth. What is the absolute, non-negotiable prerequisite for anyone to survive, let alone thrive, within its metallic shell? It's not the advanced propulsion systems or the cutting-edge scientific instruments, is it? No, it's the constant, unwavering provision of life itself, breathable air, clean water, stable temperature, and a steady supply of energy. Without these foundational elements, the most sophisticated technology in the universe becomes an inert, freezing tomb. In this chapter, we're going to perform a deep dive into the core concept of our personal life support systems. We will focus on the foundational routines and self-care required to not just survive, but truly flourish in any new, high-performance environment you choose to inhabit, whether that's a demanding new career, a significant personal project, or simply the daily demands of a full, vibrant life. Just as a space station needs its atmospheric processors running flawlessly, its water recyclers operating efficiently, and its power grids consistently delivering energy, so too do we need our internal systems meticulously maintained. These aren't luxuries or optional add-ons. They are the very infrastructure upon which all your aspirations and achievements will be built. They are the unseen scaffolding that supports every ambitious endeavor, the bedrock beneath every grand design. Let's be honest with ourselves for a moment. How often do we push these critical systems to their limits, or even neglect them entirely, in pursuit of external goals? We sacrifice sleep for one more hour of work, grab convenient but nutrient-empty meals on the go, and often let mental stressors accumulate until they reach critical mass. We wouldn't dream of operating a complex piece of machinery without ensuring its power source and cooling systems were fully functional, would we? And yet, we frequently demand peak performance from ourselves while running on fumes, with our internal gauges blinking red. This chapter is about establishing and respecting those vital personal life support systems. It's about understanding that your performance, your creativity, your resilience, and your ability to adapt are directly proportional to the care and attention you give to these fundamental components of your being. We will explore how to make these routines as non-negotiable as the oxygen supply in a sealed environment, turning them into automatic protocols that safeguard your well-being and fuel your journey. Our exploration will center on three absolute necessities: sleep, nutrition, and mental health. I want you to start thinking of these not as separate considerations, but as interconnected, vital components that together form your personal oxygen supply. Deprive yourself of one, and the others inevitably suffer. Fail to maintain all three, and your ability to function optimally, to truly perform at the level you aspire to, diminishes rapidly. Let's begin with sleep. Imagine the flickering lights, the alarm blaring from within your own core systems, not from an external threat, but from the slow, insidious degradation caused by insufficient rest. We live in a world that often glorifies busyness, that applauds those who can burn the candle at both ends. But what is the true cost of this supposed dedication? Sleep, my friends, is not merely a passive state of rest, it is an incredibly active, sophisticated repair and rejuvenation cycle. It is during sleep that your brain consolidates memories, sorting through the day's experiences and filing away important information, much like a computer optimizing its hard drive. It's when emotional processing occurs, allowing you to regulate your moods and better respond to stress the following day. Hormonal regulation, crucial for everything from appetite control to stress response, is rebalanced. Your immune system fortifies itself, preparing to defend against invaders. Think about it in terms of cognitive bandwidth and emotional resilience. When you are sleep deprived, your cognitive bandwidth shrinks. Your ability to focus, to solve complex problems, to make sound decisions under pressure, all these vital functions are significantly compromised. Your emotional resilience, your capacity to handle setbacks and maintain a positive outlook, becomes brittle. Every minor annoyance feels like a major crisis. Allow me to share a story, a real-world parallel to illustrate this critical point. Picture Commander Anya Sharma, a brilliant and highly respected astronaut, on a long-duration mission aboard the Internaughti. It produces many of the same neurotransmitters as your brain, including serotonin, which plays a key role in mood regulation. A healthy gut microbiome, fed by diverse, whole foods, contributes significantly to mental clarity, emotional stability, and even resilience to stress. Stable blood sugar levels, achieved through a balanced diet, prevent the energy spikes and crashes that lead to irritability, poor focus, and the dreaded decision fatigue that can derail even the most well-laid plans. Consider the astronauts on the International Space Station. Their diet is meticulously managed, not just for caloric intake, but for specific nutrient profiles crucial for combating the effects of microgravity, such as bone density loss and muscle atrophy. But beyond the physical, there's a profound psychological element. Imagine being confined, thousands of miles from Earth, with limited fresh food. One new astronaut, let's call him Leo, initially found the monotonous space food challenging. He started skipping meals, relying on quick, sugary snacks to power through, convincing himself it was fine. But soon, his mood soured. He became more irritable, found it harder to concentrate on complex tasks, and felt a pervasive sense of malaise. His performance dipped, impacting team morale. A seasoned crew member, observing Leo's decline, intervened. She didn't just tell him to eat, she helped him understand the psychological impact of his choices. They worked with ground control to diversify his meals where possible, focusing on nutrient-dense options, even freeze-dried ones, and ensuring he stayed properly hydrated. She encouraged him to savor his food, to make mealtime a deliberate pause rather than a frantic refueling stop. Slowly, Leo's mood improved, his focus sharpened, and his energy levels stabilized. He realized that treating his body like a high-performance machine meant fueling it with precision and respect, not just convenience. The food wasn't just sustaining his body, it was sustaining his spirit. How do we integrate this into our daily routines? First, prioritize whole, unprocessed foods. Think of fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains as the premium fuel for your internal systems. Minimize highly processed foods, sugary drinks, and excessive saturated fats, which are the equivalent of contaminated fuel, causing inflammation and system sluggishness. Second, stay hydrated. Water is often overlooked, but it is absolutely crucial for every bodily function, including cognitive performance. Dehydration, even mild, can lead to fatigue, headaches, and impaired concentration. Make water your primary beverage, not just coffee or energy drinks. Third, plan your meals. Just as a mission director plans out every stage of a space flight, plan your nutritional intake. This prevents impulsive, unhealthy choices when hunger strikes. Prepare meals in advance or identify healthy options nearby. Fourth, listen to your body's hunger and fullness cues. In our fast-paced world, we often eat out of habit, stress, or boredom. Reconnect with your internal signals. Eat when you are genuinely hungry, and stop when you are satisfied, not overly full. Finally, practice mindful eating. Slow down. Savor each bite. Pay attention to the textures, flavors, and aromas of your food. This not only enhances enjoyment but also aids digestion and helps your brain register satiety. It turns a basic necessity into a nourishing ritual. Now, we move to the third, often most neglected, yet utterly vital component of your personal life support system, mental health. What good is a perfectly fueled and rested body if the mind steering it is adrift, riddled with anxiety, or clouded by stress? Your mental health is the operating system stability, the primary control module of your entire personal space station. It dictates your resilience in the face of adversity, your capacity for creativity, your ability to form meaningful connections, and your overall sense of purpose and well-being. Without robust mental health, even the most formidable intellect or they create predictability, which reduces cognitive load. When you establish a consistent morning routine, you free up mental energy that would otherwise be spent on making small decisions, allowing you to allocate it to more important tasks. Routines build discipline and self-efficacy, a sense of control over your day before it even begins. They establish a baseline, making it easier to notice deviations and address them proactively. Let me tell you about Commander Elena Petrova, a legendary figure in the early days of deep space exploration. Elena was known not just for her courage, but for her almost obsessive attention to detail, particularly with her morning system check of the station's environmental control systems. Her crewmates initially teased her about her almost ritualistic 37-point checklist, which went far beyond the automated system's routine scans. One morning, during her meticulously detailed check of the atmospheric pressure regulators, she noticed a seemingly innocuous reading. It was slightly off her usual baseline, but still well within the automated system's green nominal parameters. Most would have glanced, noted it was green, and moved on. But Elena's protocol, honed over years of experience, dictated that any deviation, however small, warranted a manual recheck and further investigation. She didn't rely solely on the machine, she trusted her developed intuition and her established routine. Her diligence led her to discover a microfracture, a hairline crack in a crucial coolant line that was slowly propagating. The automated sensors, designed to detect larger, more acute failures, hadn't flagged it as critical yet. Her morning ritual, her personal system check, averted what could have been a catastrophic failure of the station's cooling system, which would have rendered crucial areas uninhabitable. Her adherence to her routine saved lives and the mission. So, how can you create your own powerful daily system check morning routine? Step 1. The physical scan, your internal systems check. Before you even get out of bed, take a moment. How does your body feel? Are there any aches, pains, or signs of fatigue? Take a few deep breaths. Are your internal systems nominal? Then, hydrate. Before coffee, before food, drink a large glass of water. This kickstarts your metabolism and rehydrates you after hours of sleep. Step 2. Mental calibration. Where is my mind positioned today? Engage in a brief mindfulness exercise, even just 2 to 5 minutes. Focus on your breath, acknowledge any thoughts without judgment. Perhaps practice a short gratitude exercise, listing 3 things you are thankful for. This sets a positive, centered tone for your mental landscape. Step 3. Emotional readout. What is my emotional landscape saying? Check in with your emotions. Are you feeling anxious, excited, calm, or stressed? Simply identify the primary emotion without judgment. Acknowledging your emotional state allows you to manage it, rather than being managed by it. Step 4. Mission briefing. What is today's mission critical path? Review your top 3 priorities for the day. Look at your schedule. What absolutely needs to get done? This provides clarity and focus, preventing you from drifting aimlessly into less important tasks. Step 5. Fuel and energy check. How will I sustain optimum performance? Briefly plan your nutrition for the day. What will you eat for breakfast? What healthy snacks or lunch options do you have? This ensures you're not caught off guard and resort to suboptimal fueling. Step 6. Connection check. Who are my crewmates today? If possible, briefly connect with a loved one or a key colleague. A quick text, a phone call, or an in-person greeting. Humans thrive on connection, and a positive start to your social interactions can set a great tone for the day. Remember, this routine is personal and flexible. It's not about rigid adherence to an unchangeable script, but about cultivating self-awareness and proactive maintenance. The specific steps may evolve as you do, but the underlying principle of it also demonstrates the courage required to trust your instincts, even when the external data, the AI's nominal report, seems to contradict them. Protocols aren't about rigid, unthinking adherence, they are about empowering early detection, providing a framework for preventative action, and fostering a deep sense of responsibility for your own well-being. This kind of disciplined self-monitoring builds resilience not just in systems, but in the people who operate them. So, for your practical application, first, cultivate a keen eye for subtle deviations in your own systems. Pay attention to persistent low-grade fatigue, unusual irritability, or a recurring lack of focus. These are often the hairline fractures appearing in your personal life support. Second, develop personal if-then protocols for common issues. If you notice persistent sleep issues, then you initiate your pre-sleep routine more strictly. If you find yourself consistently relying on unhealthy food, then you actively plan your next few meals. Third, never delegate your critical self-monitoring entirely to external cues or assumptions. While external metrics and advice are valuable, your internal compass and your personal daily check-in are irreplaceable. Finally, understand that seemingly small anomalies often precede much larger problems. Addressing them early is not being overcautious, it is being strategically intelligent. It is the hallmark of a high-performance individual. As we bring this chapter to a close, remember that sleep, nutrition, and mental health are not just aspects of your life. They are the fundamental life support systems that keep your personal space station one operational, resilient, and capable of achieving its grand mission. The daily system check morning routine is your personal pre-flight protocol, ensuring that you launch into each day with your systems optimized and ready for anything. And by cultivating a keen awareness and unwavering adherence to these solid daily protocols, you equip yourself with the power to avert potential disasters and navigate challenges with clarity and strength. You are building an extraordinary future, and that future requires an extraordinary foundation. Never underestimate the power of these foundational elements. In our next chapter, we will delve into the sophisticated navigation systems required for your mission. Chapter 3, Navigation and Trajectory, Setting Your Course. We will explore how to set clear goals, chart your trajectory, and make precise adjustments to stay on course, even amidst the unpredictable currents of life. But for now, ensure your life support systems are fully operational. Your mission depends on it. Chapter 3, Zero-G Maneuvers. Welcome back, intrepid explorers, to Space Station 1. As we delve deeper into the intricacies of mastering life's challenges, we arrive at Chapter 3, Zero-G Maneuvers. This isn't just about navigating the vast emptiness of space, it's a profound metaphor for how we navigate the vast, often unpredictable, emptiness that can open up when our carefully constructed plans fail or when life throws us into unexpected turbulence. Our mission today is to equip you with the essential skills to develop unwavering agility and profound adaptability, ensuring you can not only survive but truly thrive when the familiar ground beneath your feet suddenly vanishes. Think about the sheer, exhilarating freedom, yet also the terrifying vulnerability, of being in zero gravity. Every movement has consequences, Every push sends you drifting. In such an environment, an astronaut doesn't just survive, they learn to master it. They learn to use minimal force for maximum effect, to anticipate trajectories, to maintain their orientation even when the traditional up and down cease to exist. This chapter isn't merely about coping, it's about transforming unforeseen challenges into opportunities for extraordinary growth. It's about cultivating an inner gyroscope that keeps you steady, regardless of the external chaos. We will explore how to make deliberate, purposeful adjustments, much like an astronaut delicately fine-tuning their position with a puff of a thruster, rather than flailing wildly in disorientation. We're going to learn how to embrace the fluidity of change, to pivot with grace and precision, and to discover the surprising power that comes from truly letting go of the need for absolute control, while simultaneously maintaining a firm grip on your purpose and values. Our journey through zero-G maneuvers will be structured around three critical pillars. First, we will explore the crucial psychological distinction between floating purposefully through uncertainty and merely floundering in it, highlighting the mental frameworks that differentiate productive drift from chaotic aimlessness. Second, we'll dive into practical, actionable strategies for rapid problem solving and emotional pivoting, providing you with a toolkit to navigate sudden shifts with clarity and composure. And finally, we will introduce a powerful concept I call the tether technique, a practical method designed to help you stay profoundly grounded, anchored to your core, even amidst the most chaotic and disorienting situations life can present. Are you ready to discover the astronaut within you, to master your zero-G maneuvers, and to transform the unknown into a playground for your resilience? Let's begin. Our first crucial exploration in mastering zero-G maneuvers in life is understanding the fundamental psychological difference between floating purposefully and floundering in space. Imagine an astronaut, expertly trained, navigating the interior of a space station. They glide from one module to another, their movements economical, their trajectory precise. They might appear to be simply floating, but every subtle push, every gentle handhold, is part of a calculated, intentional journey. They have a destination, a task, and a clear understanding of their position relative to their goal. Now, picture someone else, perhaps a novice or someone caught off guard by an unexpected jolt. They might flail, pushing off walls haphazardly, spinning uncontrollably, expending vast amounts of energy without any discernible progress. They are still in zero-G, just like the experienced astronaut, but their experience is one of panic, disorientation, and ultimately, wasted effort. This vivid contrast offers us a profound metaphor for how we often respond when our carefully laid plans encounter the unexpected. When a project suddenly loses its funding, when a relationship unexpectedly ends, or when a career path takes an unforeseen detour, we find ourselves in a metaphorical zero-G environment. The familiar structures that once guided us have disappeared, and we are left adrift. The sea. She was flailing, expending emotional and mental energy without a clear objective, pushing off random walls in a desperate attempt to regain equilibrium. She was drifting aimlessly, not understanding why she felt so powerless, yet unable to articulate what she truly wanted next. However, after a few weeks of this exhausting flailing, Maria had a moment of clarity. She realized her energy was finite, and her current approach was only making her feel worse. She decided to consciously shift from floundering to purposeful floating. She took a deep breath, figuratively speaking, and pulled back from the immediate panic. She stopped the indiscriminate job applications. Instead, she began a process of thoughtful introspection. What parts of her last project had she truly loved? What skills did she want to develop further? What kind of company culture truly resonated with her? She reached out to mentors, not with a plea for immediate job leads, but with an open-minded request for perspective, for a deeper understanding of industry trends, and for advice on how to strategically navigate this professional zero-G moment. She enrolled in an online course to refine her machine learning skills, not out of desperation, but out of a genuine desire to build her capabilities in a direction she was now deliberately choosing. She wasn't actively moving in a new career path yet, but she was maintaining her orientation, conserving her energy, observing her surroundings, and waiting for the right moment and the right trajectory to propel herself forward. The psychological difference here is profound and deeply impactful. When we flounder, we often operate from a place of fear, scarcity, and a desperate need for control. This triggers our primitive stress responses, narrowing our focus, impairing our judgment, and making us less capable of innovative thought or rational decision-making. Our internal locus of control diminishes, making us feel like victims of circumstance. We perceive every unexpected change as a threat, and our actions become reactive, driven by a desire to escape discomfort rather than a strategic pursuit of new opportunities. This state of cognitive overload and emotional distress drains our mental reserves, leading to decision fatigue and an inability to see possibilities beyond our immediate predicament. The sense of helplessness and lack of agency can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, trapping us in a cycle of aimless drift. In contrast, purposeful floating, as Maria eventually discovered, is rooted in self-awareness, acceptance, and a proactive engagement with uncertainty. It involves a conscious decision to pause, to observe, and to reevaluate without the pressure of immediate action. Psychologically, this approach allows us to regain a sense of agency, even when external circumstances are beyond our control. It shifts our focus from what we've lost to what we can still gain or learn. By accepting the current state of flux, we reduce the cognitive load associated with resisting reality. We activate our prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain responsible for executive functions, allowing for more reasoned planning, problem solving, and creative thinking. This mindset fosters a growth orientation, where challenges are viewed not as roadblocks but as detours or opportunities for skill development and personal evolution. It builds resilience, not by pretending problems don't exist, but by demonstrating our capacity to adapt and innovate even when the path ahead is unclear. We maintain our internal gyroscope, not by forcing external stability, but by cultivating an inner equilibrium. So, how do we practically apply this crucial distinction in our own lives? How do we learn to float purposefully rather than flounder? First, practice the zero-G pause. When unexpected change hits, resist the immediate urge to react or make hasty decisions. Instead, consciously enforce a pause. This isn't inaction, it's intentional stillness. Take a moment to breathe deeply, to acknowledge the jolt, the disorientation, and the emotional. He recognized the panic, acknowledged it, but then deliberately shifted his focus. His rapid problem-solving strategy kicked in immediately. First, he mentally compartmentalized the problem: the rye flour is gone. What are my options? He didn't waste time on blaming or despairing over the embargo itself, as that was completely out of his control. He made a list: 1. Find an alternative supplier for the same rye. 2. Find a similar, high-quality rye from a different region. 3. Adapt the recipe using a different type of flour altogether. 4. Introduce a new signature product that doesn't rely on rye. Within hours, he was on the phone, contacting every possible flour distributor he knew, even those he hadn't used before. He delegated tasks to his team, having them research alternative regions and potential new suppliers. Simultaneously, he began experimenting in his test kitchen, trying different blends of local flours, knowing that even if he found a new rye, he might need a backup plan or even a completely new offering. His emotional pivoting was equally crucial. Instead of wallowing in the unfairness of the situation, he reframed it. He saw it as a forced innovation, an opportunity to perhaps discover an even better, more sustainable local ingredient, or to diversify his product line. He openly communicated with his staff, acknowledging the challenge but expressing confidence in their ability to adapt. He even crafted an honest, transparent message to his customers, explaining the situation and promising exciting new developments, transforming potential disappointment into anticipation. Within a week, David had secured a promising new supplier for a different, yet still exceptional, organic rye, and had developed a delicious new bread, a rye-spelt hybrid, that quickly became a customer favorite, proving that even a major setback could lead to unexpected growth. Psychologically, this ability to pivot rapidly, both in thought and emotion, hinges on several key capacities. Firstly, it requires a robust sense of self-efficacy, the belief in one's own ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish a task. When faced with an unexpected problem, individuals with high self-efficacy are less likely to be paralyzed by doubt and more likely to initiate problem-solving behaviors. David believed he could find a solution, even if he didn't know what it was yet. Secondly, it involves cognitive flexibility. This is the mental ability to switch between thinking about two different concepts, or to think about a single concept in multiple ways. Instead of rigidly adhering to "this is how it must be," a cognitively flexible mind can quickly generate alternative solutions and perspectives. David didn't cling to the original right or nothing mentality, he explored multiple avenues simultaneously. This flexibility helps bypass the default human tendency towards confirmation bias and functional fixedness, which can blind us to novel solutions. Thirdly, emotional regulation plays a massive role. This isn't about suppressing emotions, but about managing their intensity and duration so they don't overwhelm rational thought. David allowed himself to feel the despair, but then consciously decided not to dwell there. Techniques like cognitive reappraisal, reframing a situation's meaning to change one's emotional response, are central here. Seeing the embargo as a forced innovation rather than a catastrophe is a powerful act of emotional pivoting. This proactive management of emotional states helps preserve valuable mental bandwidth for active problem solving. Finally, a growth mindset, as coined by Carol Dweck, is indispensable. Instead of viewing challenges as insurmountable barriers that expose personal inadequacies, a fixed mindset, a growth mindset, sees them as opportunities for learning and development. This perspective fuels persistence and encourages experimentation, even in the face of initial failures. David's willingness to experiment with new flours and new recipes, even with the risk of failure, is a testament to this mindset. She had a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, and an enviable track record of achieving every goal she set. Then, life dealt her an unexpected and devastating blow. Her long-term partner, whom she envisioned spending her life with, suddenly passed away after a brief, aggressive illness. Sarah's world didn't just shift, it shattered. Her entire future, as she had meticulously constructed it, evaporated in an instant. For weeks, Sarah felt completely untethered. She struggled with basic functions, lost interest in her work, and felt an overwhelming sense of meaninglessness. She was floating, not purposefully, but floundering in a grief-stricken void. She tried to cling to old routines, but they felt hollow and meaningless without her partner by her side. She was dangerously close to drifting away entirely, losing her sense of self and purpose. It was during one particularly dark night, staring at the ceiling, that she remembered a conversation with her partner about their shared values. They had often talked about the importance of kindness, community, and creating spaces that uplifted people. These weren't career goals, they were fundamental principles they lived by. In that moment, something shifted. She realized that while her partner was gone, those values, their shared ideals, were still very much alive within her. This realization became her first tether. She began to consciously grasp onto this tether. Her partner had always championed her work on sustainable, community-focused projects. So, Sarah, despite her grief, took one small step. She volunteered her architectural skills to a local nonprofit building affordable, eco-friendly housing. This reconnected her to a deeply held value, community service and sustainable design, that wasn't dependent on her partner's physical presence. It gave her a sense of purpose beyond her personal loss. Her second tether emerged from her support network. She initially isolated herself, but then remembered the strength she drew from her close-knit group of college friends. They didn't try to fix her, they simply listened, offered comfort, and reminded her of her inherent strength. She started making a conscious effort to reach out, even if it was just for a quiet coffee. These relationships became strong, reliable lines connecting her to shared history and unconditional support. Her third tether was a deeper spiritual practice she had neglected for years. She rediscovered meditation and nature walks, finding solace and a sense of connection to something larger than herself. This spiritual connection provided an internal compass, helping her navigate the emotional wilderness of grief. Slowly, painstakingly, these tethers pulled Sarah back. She wasn't over her loss, but she was no longer adrift. She was grounded, connected to her core values, her supportive community, and her inner spiritual strength. These tethers allowed her to grieve deeply, yet purposefully, to rebuild her life not by ignoring her loss, but by finding new ways to embody the values and connections that truly defined her. She learned to float with intention, knowing she had powerful lines anchoring her. The psychological significance of the tether technique is multifaceted and profound. At its heart, it addresses our fundamental human need for connection and stability, especially in times of profound uncertainty. When our external world becomes chaotic, our internal world craves anchors. The tether technique provides these anchors by tapping into several core psychological principles. Firstly, it leverages the power of identifying and affirming core values. Values act as an internal compass, providing direction and meaning even when external circumstances are disorienting. Psychologically, aligning our actions with our values boosts self-esteem, provides a sense of authenticity, and imbues our efforts with purpose, which is a powerful antidote to feelings of meaninglessness and despair. Sarah's renewed focus on community and sustainable design, rooted in her values, gave her purpose when her personal life felt. We then explored the critical art of rapid problem-solving and emotional pivoting. Through real-world examples, we learned that agility isn't just about quick thinking, but also about the ability to process emotions swiftly, reframe challenges as opportunities, and take decisive, minimum viable actions. This empowers us to not just react to change, but to actively shape our response, turning potential setbacks into unexpected pathways for innovation and growth. Finally, we embraced the powerful concept of the tether technique, identifying and actively cultivating those unshakable anchors in our lives, our core values, our supportive relationships, and our purposeful rituals. These tethers provide profound grounding, offering stability and direction when the external world feels chaotic and unpredictable. They ensure that no matter how far we might drift, we always have a strong, reliable connection back to our true north. The journey through life, much like navigating space, will undoubtedly present moments of zero gravity. There will be times when the familiar ground vanishes, when plans dissolve, and when uncertainty reigns supreme. But armed with the insights from this chapter, you are no longer a passive passenger. You are an agile, adaptable astronaut of your own life, capable of mastering the art of the zero-G maneuver. You can choose purposeful floating over panicked floundering, intelligent pivoting over rigid resistance, and grounded connection over isolated drift. Carry these lessons forward. Practice the zero-G pause, dissect your problems, map your support network, and hold fast to your values. Your ability to navigate the unexpected with grace and resilience will not only transform your challenges but will also unlock a deeper, more profound sense of confidence and capability within you. In our next chapter, Chapter 4, The Cosmic Perspective, we will ascend even higher, exploring how to cultivate a broader worldview that helps us put everyday challenges into perspective and find meaning even in the most expansive and seemingly insignificant moments. Prepare for an even grander shift in your understanding of your place in the universe, and how that perspective can empower your daily life. Until then, keep your tethers strong, your movements purposeful, and your spirit ever adaptable. Chapter 4, The Airlock. Welcome back, Voyagers, to Space Station 1. In our journey so far, we have explored the foundational structure of our personal space station, its vital life support systems, and the navigation tools that guide us through the cosmos of our daily lives. Now, as we prepare to venture further, it's time to address one of the most critical components for maintaining the integrity of any orbital habitat, the airlock. Chapter 4, The Airlock. Imagine, if you will, your inner world as the pristine, carefully controlled environment within Space Station 1. It is a place of purpose, of peace, and of powerful potential. But just beyond its sturdy hull lies the vast, unpredictable expanse of external space, filled with both wonders and dangers. How do we interact with this external world without compromising the delicate balance within? How do we allow in what serves us, and filter out what threatens our well-being? The answer, my friend, lies in mastering the art of the airlock. Our core concept today is profoundly simple yet incredibly transformative. We must guide ourselves on setting strict boundaries and managing external influences to maintain a healthy internal environment. Think of your personal airlock as a sophisticated interface, a buffer zone between your inner sanctum and the outside world. It is not about building impenetrable walls and isolating yourself from all human experience. Far from it. An airlock is designed for controlled access. It allows for intentional entry and exit, ensuring that only what you consciously choose to admit passes through, and that you can safely shed any unwanted debris or pressure before re-entering your inner haven. Without a properly functioning airlock, your station becomes vulnerable to decompression, to contamination, to the slow erosion of its vital atmosphere. your peace of mind, your emotional resilience, your energy levels. These are the atmospheric elements we are safeguarding. Are you ready to fortify your defenses and gain unprecedented control over your internal climate? Let's dive deeper into the specific functions of our psychological airlock. We will identify the sources of what we might call toxic radiation, those external influences in your social circles and media consumption habits that can silently erode your internal peace. Then, we will establish a proactive airlock protocol for mentally decompressing after a stressful workday, ensuring you don't carry the emotional debris of your professional life into your personal sanctuary. Finally, we will embark on a guided, mid-book breathing exercise, a practical application focused on sealing your hull against any lingering negativity, reinforcing the sanctity of your inner space. Each of these elements is crucial for constructing a resilient and thriving internal environment. Our first critical task, much like a meticulous space engineer, is to identify the sources of toxic radiation in our environment. These are the influences, often subtle, that can gradually deplete our energy, cloud our judgment, and introduce negativity into our internal space. They might come from our social circles, perhaps a friend who perpetually complains without seeking solutions, or a family member whose default mode is criticism. They can also emanate from our media consumption habits, the relentless scroll through sensational headlines, the endless comparison traps of social media feeds, or the pervasive noise of divisive commentary. Consider the story of Elena, a young architect brimming with creative ideas and a generally optimistic outlook. She had a group of college friends she cherished, and among them was Marcus. Marcus was undoubtedly brilliant, witty, and charismatic, but he also had an almost magnetic pull towards cynicism. Every conversation with Marcus, regardless of the topic, would inevitably spiral into a critique of societal failings, a lament about the futility of effort, or a dissection of everyone else's flaws. Elena initially tolerated it, even found some of his observations insightful at times. She believed her airlock was failing to filter, allowing the external atmosphere to mix freely with her internal one. So, how do we begin to identify these insidious sources and fortify our airlock? The first practical application step is heightened awareness. For 1 week, I invite you to become a keen observer of your own emotional state after interactions. Keep a small mental log, or even a brief note on your phone. How do I feel after talking to X? How do I feel after scrolling through Y social media feed for 20 minutes? Look for patterns. Do certain individuals consistently leave you feeling drained, anxious, or uninspired? Does a specific news outlet or a particular type of content reliably provoke anger or hopelessness? These emotional check-ins are your internal radiation detectors. Next, categorize these sources. Are they direct relationships, friends, family, colleagues? Are they indirect through media, social media, news, entertainment? Once identified, you can begin to establish your boundary protocols. This might mean setting time limits for interacting with certain social media platforms, unfollowing or muting accounts that consistently propagate negativity, or even initiating conversations with friends about redirecting conversations towards more constructive topics. For more challenging relationships, it might involve consciously reducing the frequency or duration of contact, or creating a mental shield during interactions, reminding yourself that you are merely observing, not absorbing. Remember, your internal atmosphere is precious, and you are its guardian. You have the right, and indeed the responsibility, to regulate what enters your space. Our next vital step in operating our psychological airlock is to establish a clear and consistent airlock protocol for mentally decompressing after a stressful workday. The transition from professional duties to personal life is often fraught with lingering tension, unfinished thoughts, and the emotional residue of the day's challenges. Without a deliberate decompression strategy, we risk carrying this work energy directly into our homes and personal relationships, contaminating our inner sanctuary with external stressors. Let's consider David, a marketing executive whose job demanded constant problem-solving, negotiation, and often, managing difficult personalities. He was excellent at his work, but for years, he struggled to switch off once he left the office. He'd arrive home, physically present but mentally still replaying client calls, strategizing for tomorrow's meeting, or simmering over a colleague's passive-aggressive remark. His wife, Maria, would often remark, "You're home, but you're not really here." This cognitive residue, this inability to shed the professional persona, made him irritable, distant, and prevented him from truly connecting with his family or enjoying his personal time. He would find himself snapping at his children over trivial matters, or staring blankly at the TV, unable to engage in a conversation with Maria. His internal space, which should have been a haven of calm and connection in the evenings, was perpetually on high alert, permeated by the demands of his workday. David's airlock wasn't merely leaky, it was practically non-existent, allowing the high-pressure environment of his job to merge directly with the low-pressure comfort of his home. The psychological significance of this airlock protocol cannot be overstated. When we fail to consciously transition from one role or mental state to another, we experience what psychologists call cognitive residue. Our brains continue to process unfinished tasks, unresolved conflicts, and future worries related to the previous context. This prevents true mental disengagement and relaxation. The act of decompressing creates a psychological buffer, a distinct boundary that signals to our mind and body that one phase has ended, and another is beginning. This ritualistic separation allows the brain to shift gears, to release the accumulated stress hormones, and to activate the parasympathetic NE. Inhale deeply through your nose, a slow, deliberate intake of fresh, vital energy. Feel it expand within you. Hold it for a count of 3, 2, 1. And slowly release, exhaling completely. Allow your body to soften further with each out breath. Now, let's focus on a rhythmic breathing pattern. We'll use a count of 4 for inhalation, 4 for holding, and 6 for exhalation. This slightly longer exhalation helps to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, encouraging deep relaxation and a sense of calm. Ready? Let's begin. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath gently for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, inhale peace, fresh air for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold that sense of calm for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale any worries, any pressures for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Continue this rhythm at your own pace now. 4 counts in, 4 counts hold, 6 counts out. As you breathe, I want you to visualize your inner space, your personal space station. Imagine yourself at the very core of this magnificent vessel. Around you, you can feel the sturdy structure, the impenetrable hull that protects you. With each inhale, visualize a warm, golden light flowing into your station, filling every nook and cranny with pure, protective energy. This light represents your innate resilience, your strength, your inner peace. Feel it radiating outwards from your core. As you hold your breath, imagine this golden light solidifying, strengthening the walls of your hull. See any tiny, almost imperceptible cracks, any points of weakness, being infused with this radiant energy, sealing them completely. Feel the integrity of your space becoming absolute. And as you exhale for 6 counts, visualize any residual external pressures, any lingering negativity that might have tried to seep in, being gently but firmly pushed outwards, away from your hull. Imagine it dissipating harmlessly into the vastness of space, unable to penetrate your strengthened defenses. Inhale for 4, drawing in strength, drawing in calm. Hold for 4, allowing that strength to integrate, to solidify. Exhale for 6, releasing anything that does not serve your highest good, sealing your internal environment. Continue this visualization with each breath. Feel the power of your internal airlock engaging. You are consciously choosing what enters and what remains outside. You are reinforcing your boundaries, not with aggression, but with calm, deliberate intention. Your hull is becoming stronger, more impenetrable, more secure with every single breath. You are safe within your space station. You are protected. You are sovereign over your internal environment. Nothing can enter without your express permission. Nothing can compromise your peace unless you allow it. Feel that sense of complete containment, that profound security. Let your breathing return to its natural rhythm now, if it hasn't already. But carry with you this powerful image of your strengthened hull, your sealed internal environment. Whenever you feel external pressures mounting, whenever you sense your boundaries might be weakening, return to this breath. Return to this visualization. Remind yourself that you have the power to seal your hull, to protect your peace. Slowly, gently, begin to bring your awareness back to the room, to the sounds around you. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Take one last deep, fortifying breath, and when you are ready, gently open your eyes. My friend, you have just performed essential maintenance on your most vital system. You have experienced the profound impact of consciously sealing your hull against negativity. This is not a one-time fix, it is a practice, a discipline that will empower you to maintain your internal peace and integrity in a world that constantly bombards us with external stimuli. So, in summary, our journey through the airlock has equipped us with crucial tools for navigating T. Chapter 5, Stellar Navigation. Welcome back, explorers, to Space Station 1. In our previous chapters, we've navigated the complexities of our inner world, understanding our personal operating systems and the power of conscious thought. Now, as we gaze out from the observation deck, past the shimmering hull of our station, we confront an entirely new vista, the boundless, awe-inspiring expanse of space. What does this cosmic panorama, stretching infinitely in every direction, have to teach us about our own journeys here on Earth? It teaches us about stellar navigation, the art and science of finding our true north among the infinite possibilities that life presents. Imagine for a moment, standing at the helm of a starship, a vessel capable of traversing light years. Around you, millions upon millions of stars twinkle, each a distant sun, a potential destination, a world yet unexplored. The sheer number of choices can be breathtaking, exhilarating even, yet also profoundly disorienting. Without a clear objective, without a specific star or constellation to aim for, this very infinitude can become paralyzing. Where do you begin when the canvas of your potential is so vast? Which path do you choose when every direction seems equally valid, equally promising, or, perhaps, equally daunting? The pervasive modern phenomenon of choice overload or decision fatigue is a direct terrestrial parallel to this celestial dilemma. We are constantly confronted with an almost overwhelming array of paths we could potentially walk, an endless scroll of career options, relationship dynamics, personal development pursuits, hobbies, and lifestyles. The Internet, our vast cosmic highway of information, relentlessly reminds us of what others are doing, achieving, and experiencing, often leading to a subtle, yet persistent, sense of fear of missing out or FOMO, and the gnawing anxiety that we might be making the wrong choice among so many right ones. While this freedom of choice is, indeed, a magnificent and hard-won gift of our era, it can also leave us feeling profoundly adrift, like a lone ship without a compass, rudder, or clear destination in the boundless cosmic ocean, perpetually questioning if we're truly heading in the right direction. Finding your true north isn't merely about picking a destination from a predefined list of societal expectations or popular trends. It's about a far more profound and personal process, a deep alignment of your innermost values, your deepest passions, your unique talents, and your most resonant purpose. It's the magnetic pull that guides you, not just to a point in external space or a specific achievement, but to an authentic state of being, a life lived in harmony with your core essence. It's the ultimate answer to the fundamental questions that stir within us: what truly matters to me at the deepest level? What kind of impact do I genuinely wish to have on the world, however small or grand? And where am I ultimately headed in this singular, precious life? This true north acts as your unwavering beacon, a constant reference point that helps you plot a deliberate and meaningful course through the nebulae of daily decisions, the asteroid fields of unexpected challenges, and the gravitational pulls of external pressures. Without it, even the most diligent and tireless efforts can feel directionless, like diligently scrubbing the deck of a magnificent starship that is slowly, imperceptibly drifting further and further off its intended course. With it, however, every small act, every choice, every moment of learning, every obstacle overcome, feels imbued with a deeper significance, a deliberate and purposeful step along a meaningful trajectory. You become an intentional architect of your own destiny, rather than a passenger swayed by every passing current. Consider the ancient navigators of Earth, who looked up at the night sky not just in wonder, but with intense practicality and reverence. The North Star, Polaris, wasn't the brightest star in the firmament, nor was it the most beautiful or the most distant. But it held an unparalleled significance because, from Earth's northern hemisphere, it remained remarkably fixed in the sky, a constant, immovable anchor point around which all other stars appeared to majestically rotate. It didn't offer a specific path, it offered an unchanging direction. It allowed them to maintain their bearing, to correct their course against the vagaries of wind and current, and ultimately, to reach their intended shores and trading ports. In the same way, your true north isn't necessarily your biggest, loudest, or most flamboyant dream that you might feel pressured to achieve. It might be a quiet, yet persistent, and unshakable conviction about the kind of person you ultimately want to become, the specific and unique kind of impact you truly wish to have, or the fundamental principles and values by which you choose to consistently live your life. It's the unwavering essence of your future self, pulling you forward with a gentle but irresistible force, providing context and meaning to every present moment. The challenge, of course, lies not just in recognizing this concept, but in identifying and articulating this true north amidst the dazzling distractions, the constant comparisons, and the siren calls of the infinite possibilities that life throws our way. How do we differentiate between a fleeting desire, a shiny new object that temporarily catches our eye, and the profound, deeply rooted aspiration that truly aligns with our deepest, most authentic self? It requires a disciplined practice of introspection, a significant measure of courage to confront uncomfortable truths, and an unwavering willingness to filter out the relentless noise of external expectations and societal pressures. It means asking yourself, with genuine honesty, if I stripped away all external expectations, all the shoulds that I've accumulated from family, friends, and culture, all the fears of failure or judgment, what would truly remain? What is the one guiding principle, the ultimate destination, the singular purpose that resonates most powerfully and authentically with my soul, igniting a deep sense of meaning and fulfillment? This isn't a simple, one-time exercise to be completed and then forgotten, but rather an ongoing, iterative process of discovery, refinement, and regular reaffirmation. Just as a seasoned starship captain constantly verifies their coordinates against the stellar map and makes minor adjustments based on new data, we too must periodically check in with our true north, ensuring our daily trajectory remains aligned with our ultimate destination. This chapter will provide you with the essential navigational tools and methods to do exactly that, transforming the overwhelming vast unknown. They act like the countless small course corrections a skilled pilot makes constantly to stay precisely on their complex flight path, each one a micro-victory that contributes to the larger journey. However, and this is the critical caveat, if these daily wins are not consciously and consistently connected to a larger, more meaningful ultimate destination, they can quickly become hollow and unfulfilling. We might find ourselves feeling perpetually busy, perpetually productive even, yet beneath the surface, a subtle but persistent sense of aimlessness and existential dissatisfaction can begin to fester. This often manifests as the all-too-common Sunday scaries, a nagging feeling of dread or anxiety about the coming work week, or a general, pervasive lack of enthusiasm for one's professional and personal life, even when, on paper, everything is going well. This is the insidious trap of the hedonic treadmill in action, where we are running faster and faster, achieving more and more, but remaining effectively in the same place in terms of deep satisfaction and fulfillment. The psychological toll of working diligently and tirelessly towards a destination that doesn't truly resonate with your authentic self can be immense, leading to profound disillusionment, chronic apathy, and a pervasive sense of unfulfillment that no amount of daily busyness can mask. Conversely, when every small effort, every daily challenge overcome, every new piece of knowledge gained, is deeply understood as a vital and purposeful contribution to a deeply meaningful ultimate destination, the psychological rewards are exponentially greater and far more sustaining. It imbues even the most mundane or tedious tasks with profound meaning, transforms frustrating obstacles into invaluable opportunities for learning and growth, and cultivates a deep, intrinsic motivation that far surpasses any external reward or fleeting recognition. It means that the inherent satisfaction and deep sense of purpose derived from working towards something truly significant becomes your primary driving force, making the entire journey itself as profoundly rewarding and enriching as the destination. It's the fundamental difference between merely going through the motions of life and truly living with profound intention, clarity, and purpose. So, now that we understand the critical distinction, How can you practically apply this understanding to your own life? How can you effectively differentiate your daily orbital adjustments from your magnificent ultimate life destination, ensuring they are always in harmonious alignment? Here are some practical application steps for you, our dedicated Space Station 1 crew members, to master this crucial navigational skill. First, define your ultimate life destination with vivid clarity. This isn't a superficial exercise in listing a desirable job title, a specific salary figure, or a material possession. It's about envisioning the deepest, most authentic expression of yourself and the unique, positive impact you genuinely wish to have on the world, your community, or your loved ones. Ask yourself profound, searching questions. When I look back on my life from a future vantage point, perhaps decades from now, what will truly make me feel that I lived it fully, purposefully, and without significant regret? What legacy, however modest or grand, do I authentically desire to leave behind, even if it's just for my immediate family, a close group of friends, or a specific community I care deeply about? What kind of person, with what qualities and virtues, do I ultimately want to become, and how do I want to show up in the world? Write this down not just in words, but allow yourself to feel it, to imagine it vividly. Let it be evocative, deeply inspirational, and profoundly personal. This is your true North Star, your unwavering guiding beacon, burning brightly in the distance. For Dr. Anya Sharma, it was creating spaces that inspire awe and foster community and human connection. For you, it might be to foster groundbreaking innovation. This structured, yet flexible, approach effectively bridges the vast, often intimidating gap between your current reality and your ultimate desired future, making the seemingly impossible journey feel eminently achievable, profoundly manageable, and deeply purposeful. Let's deeply consider the transformational journey of an aspiring environmental scientist, a dedicated researcher named Dr. Ben Carter. Ben's ultimate destination, his unwavering true north, was to someday lead a truly global initiative dedicated to effectively combating climate change through the innovative development and widespread implementation of sustainable energy solutions. A truly grand, perhaps even audacious, vision, wouldn't you agree? Without the strategic breakdown into smaller, actionable segments, such an immense and long-term goal could easily feel overwhelmingly immense, even utterly impossible to a nascent scientist. So, Ben, with remarkable foresight and diligence, meticulously mapped out his flight path with precision. His one-year goal was exceptionally focused and highly specific: successfully complete his master's thesis on next-generation solar panel efficiency, ensuring it was not only academically rigorous but also practically relevant, and simultaneously publish his very first peer-reviewed paper in a reputable scientific journal. This was a challenging but very specific, measurable, and eminently attainable objective, a critical and foundational stepping stone in firmly establishing his burgeoning expertise and academic credibility within the scientific community. His 3-year goal extended this ambition significantly, building directly on the previous year's successes, secure a highly coveted research position at a leading renewable energy institute known for its cutting-edge work, actively contribute to a specific, large-scale sustainable energy project with tangible outcomes, and strategically begin presenting his groundbreaking findings at increasingly influential international conferences. This goal required substantial professional growth, proactive networking, and demonstrating tangible, real-world impact beyond his initial academic work, proving his practical capabilities. Finally, his 5-year goal was even broader in scope, yet still remarkably concrete and well-defined: become a principal investigator on a multidisciplinary team actively developing a groundbreaking new grid-scale energy storage technology, successfully secure initial seed funding for a pilot program to test its viability, and firmly establish himself as a recognized and emerging leader within the dynamic sustainable energy field, influencing policy and innovation. This meticulously charted path, stretching out over half a decade, outlines significant advancement, critical leadership roles, and tangible, impactful contributions directly towards his ultimate true north and magnificent vision. Each of these meticulously chosen milestones wasn't just a vague wish or a hopeful aspiration. It was a carefully considered, smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound objective, directly and logically contributing to his ultimate destination. Ben profoundly understood that if he successfully navigated and achieved his 1-year goal, it would naturally and powerfully propel him towards his 3-year goal, and so on, creating a robust, compounding momentum that was far greater than the sum of its parts. He also understood that success in one phase opened doors and built capabilities for the next. From a psychological perspective, mapping out these intermediate flight paths is incredibly powerful and profoundly beneficial for several crucial reasons. Firstly, and perhaps most importantly, it actively combats the twin perils of overwhelm and paralysis. A distant, grand, and potentially daunting goal can often feel so immense, so far off, that it completely discourages us from even starting the journey. By strategically breaking down the colossal task into smaller, more manageable, and clearly time-bound segments, we metaphorically transform the intimidating M. For example, if your 5-year goal is to be a recognized thought leader in your field, perhaps your 3-year goal involves publishing a seminal article, leading a significant internal or external project, or completing an advanced certification. Again, aim for 3 to 5 concrete, compelling, and measurable objectives. Third, establish your 1-year objectives with actionability. Finally, bring your focus sharply to the present, making it immediately actionable. Consider your 3-year goals and then ask, what very specific, immediately actionable steps, what critical learning, or what foundational achievements must I absolutely accomplish within the next 12 months to set myself up for undeniable success towards my 3-year and ultimately my 5-year goals? What specific habits do I need to cultivate? What specific actions do I need to take consistently? This is where the rubber meets the road, where you identify the immediate, non-negotiable priorities. The classic SMART goal framework, ensuring each goal is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, is absolutely perfect and highly recommended here to provide maximum clarity and direction. Fourth, regularly review and agility adjust your flight path. Mark your calendar for scheduled quarterly or, at the very least, semi-annual reviews. During these crucial review periods, systematically assess your progress against your one-year goals. Are you on track with your progress? What unforeseen obstacles have arisen? What exciting new opportunities have unexpectedly emerged? Based on this insightful assessment, be prepared to courageously adjust your one-year goals as needed. Flexibility is a strength, not a weakness. Annually, conduct a more comprehensive and holistic review, looking closely at your 3-year goals and even your grand 5-year vision. Be flexible, adaptable, and open to change. Remember, the map is not the territory itself, it is merely a powerful, guiding tool. New discoveries, evolving personal circumstances, or changing global landscapes might necessitate a strategic change of course, and that is not only perfectly acceptable but often highly desirable for optimized navigation. The ultimate goal is profoundly purposeful navigation, not rigid, unthinking adherence to an outdated or suboptimal plan. By meticulously charting these interconnected and flexible flight paths, you effectively transform an abstract, distant dream into a concrete, actionable, and iterative plan. You gain an immense and empowering sense of clarity, you equip yourself with undeniable direction, and you cultivate the profound resilience needed to adapt intelligently to the unpredictable currents and shifting winds of life. You'll move forward not with a vague hope or a wishful prayer, but with the profound confidence of a seasoned and masterful navigator, absolutely assured that each deliberate step, each calculated adjustment, is a strategic move towards your most authentic and desired future. Now, let's explore how these smaller daily wins, when viewed collectively, connect to form a larger, more meaningful picture, much like individual stars coalescing to form a recognizable constellation in the night sky. As we journey even deeper into the profound principles of stellar navigation, we arrive at a truly elegant, profoundly empowering, and deeply satisfying concept, the constellation method. We've spoken at length about the critical importance of defining your ultimate true north, that unwavering beacon guiding your life, and about meticulously mapping out your 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year flight paths, those crucial waypoints on your journey. But here's the perennial question that often plagues us: how do we effectively ensure that the thousands of small, seemingly insignificant, and often repetitive daily actions we meticulously take genuinely contribute in a meaningful way to these grander designs? How do we prevent our daily grind, our consistent effort, from feeling perpetually disconnected from our magnificent aspirations, leading to a sense of disjointedness or even meaninglessness? This visual and mental framing profoundly transformed her perception of her daily grind into a purposeful, exciting, and deeply rewarding journey of artistic creation. Now, let's deeply explore the profound psychological analysis of why the constellation method is so incredibly effective and intrinsically motivating. Firstly, it powerfully combats discouragement, imposter syndrome, and the pervasive feeling of being stuck. In the often arduous pursuit of a grand, long-term goal, there will inevitably be days, weeks, or even months when progress feels agonizingly slow, when self-doubt creeps in like a chilling fog, or when the sheer scale of the endeavor feels utterly overwhelming. If we exclusively focus on the distant, finished novel, the completed startup, or the achieved fitness goal, the daily, incremental efforts can feel insignificant, futile, or just not good enough. The constellation method, however, provides immediate, tangible, and deeply affirming evidence of progress. Each star successfully added to a constellation is a mini victory, a conscious confirmation that you are, indeed, moving forward, actively contributing, and steadily progressing, even if the overall grand picture isn't yet fully complete. It profoundly reframes the demotivating thought "I only wrote 500 words today" into the far more empowering and motivating perspective of "I added another vital star to my Chapter 3 constellation, bringing it closer to completion," or "I contributed to the growing luminosity of my marketing outreach constellation." This shift in perspective is a powerful antidote to self-doubt. Secondly, it powerfully reinforces the principle of consistency and the compound effect. Many, if not most, truly major achievements in life are rarely the result of a single, sudden, heroic, or miraculous effort. Instead, they are the profound cumulative outcome of countless small, consistent, and often unsung actions performed diligently and persistently over an extended period of time. The constellation method visually and experientially demonstrates this foundational principle in action. You don't instantaneously create a magnificent constellation with one single star. You meticulously build it star by star, effort by effort, night after night. This visual accumulation helps to deeply internalize the undeniable truth that small, seemingly insignificant, but consistently repeated efforts are the true, robust building blocks of massive, enduring success. It subtly but profoundly shifts one's focus from passively waiting for a big break or a sudden stroke of genius to actively appreciating and leveraging the immense, compounding power of persistent daily dedication and intentional action. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, it fosters a profound and sustaining sense of purpose and meaning in our often mundane daily tasks. When you consciously and consistently understand how sweeping the floor of your burgeoning startup office, or sending out one more cold email that might lead to a connection, or diligently reading one more challenging industry article, is a star contributing directly to the shining constellation of client acquisition, operational excellence, or market expertise, these tasks are no longer perceived as mere chores, obligations, or drains on your energy. They are transformed into intentional, meaningful, and vital contributions to a grander, deeply personal design. This conscious and continuous connection injects profound meaning and intrinsic value into every single action, making work feel less like an endless burden and far more like an exciting, purposeful act of creation, progress, and self-actualization. It skillfully leverages our innate human desire to be part of something larger and more significant than ourselves, transforming isolated, individual actions into a coherent, compelling, and deeply purposeful narrative of growth and achievement. So, how can you practically apply this constellation method to your own life, effectively connecting your small daily wins into a massive big picture success? You'll effectively stop passively waiting for some elusive grand gesture or big break to propel you forward and instead start actively celebrating the daily, consistent acts of courage, discipline, and intentionality that are genuinely building your extraordinary, self-designed future. This method empowers you to be both the astute astronomer diligently charting the heavens and the inspired celestial artist creating new, radiant stars in your own personal universe of potential. And so, our latest, deeply insightful leg of the journey aboard Space Station 1 concludes, leaving us, I hope, with a renewed sense of unwavering direction, profound purpose, and immense empowerment. We began this pivotal chapter, Stellar Navigation, by gazing thoughtfully at the infinite, often overwhelming, possibilities of the cosmic ocean, understanding that without a clear and unwavering true north, such boundless freedom and choice can paradoxically become an immense and paralyzing burden. We learned, fundamentally, that finding your true north isn't about merely picking a single, arbitrary destination from a predefined list, but rather about achieving a profound and deeply personal alignment with your deepest values, your core passions, and your most authentic purpose, thereby becoming the unwavering, luminous beacon that guides your entire life's trajectory, providing meaning to every decision. We then meticulously dissected the crucial and often overlooked difference between the small, daily orbital adjustments, the micro-maneuvers of our everyday lives, and the magnificent ultimate life destination, that grand galactic objective we are truly striving for. We gained invaluable insight into how to consciously imbue every minor milestone, every seemingly small accomplishment, with profound meaning by actively and intentionally connecting it to our grander, more inspiring vision. The compelling story of Dr. Anya Sharma, the visionary architect who didn't just design buildings but meticulously crafted awe-inspiring spaces that fostered community and elevated the human spirit, powerfully reminded us that even the most meticulous and often arduous daily tasks contribute to a far greater, deeply inspiring narrative when viewed through the powerful lens of purpose and intentionality. Next, we proactively mapped out our own realistic, yet ambitious, 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year flight paths, recognizing with clarity that effectively bridging the vast gap between our current reality and our most desired future absolutely requires strategically defined and flexible waypoints. Dr. Ben Carter's impressive journey to lead the fight against climate change underscored the transformative power of strategically breaking down even the most grand and audacious ambitions into achievable, time-bound, and deeply motivating segments, providing invaluable clarity, effectively combating the twin perils of overwhelm and paralysis, and allowing for essential, agile course corrections along the way as new information or circumstances emerged. Finally, we enthusiastically embraced the empowering and deeply satisfying constellation method, a powerful and visual technique designed for artfully connecting our small, individual daily wins into a massive, undeniable big-picture success. Sarah, the aspiring fantasy author, vividly showed us how even the most mundane and seemingly insignificant daily efforts, whether it was writing a few hundred carefully chosen words or diligently researching a minor detail for her intricate world building, could be seen and celebrated as individual, radiant stars, collectively forming brilliant, recognizable constellations that visually represent the steady, cumulative, and profoundly meaningful progress towards her monumental creative goal. This ingenious method, by providing tangible, visible evidence of daily progress, actively battles self-doubt and discouragement, champions the immense power of consistency, and deeply infuses every single action with a profound sense of purpose and intrinsic meaning. The Principles of Stellar Navi. Chapter 6, First Contact. Welcome back, intrepid architect of your destiny, to Chapter 6 of Space Station 1. We've journeyed through the vastness of intention, meticulously designed the blueprints of your dreams, laid the foundational struts of self-discipline, and even navigated the complex wiring of your internal systems. Your Space Station 1, once a distant vision, has been taking magnificent shape. You've mastered the initial solo flights, learned the intricacies of propulsion and navigation for your own personal vessel, and solidified the core modules that define your operational parameters. But now, we arrive at a pivotal moment, a threshold that promises to elevate your entire mission to unprecedented heights: first contact. What does first contact truly mean in the context of building your ultimate life station? It signifies the deliberate, strategic, and empathetic integration of others into your personal and professional orbit. It's about recognizing that while you are undeniably the commander, the visionary, the primary architect of Space Station 1, its true potential, its capacity for exploration, innovation, and sustained growth, blossoms exponentially when you build a supportive, skilled, and collaborative crew. This chapter is not merely about inviting people in, it's about understanding the profound art of leadership, the power of collective intelligence, and the unwavering strength that emerges from genuine, shared purpose. We are moving from solo construction to team expansion, from individual brilliance to synchronized synergy. Are you ready to extend your hand, open your communication channels, and truly expand the universe of your possibilities? Our core concept for this significant chapter is to intensely focus on collaboration, astute leadership, and the meticulous process of building a profoundly supportive and high-performing crew to expand the capabilities of your Space Station 1. Up until this point, the journey has largely been an inward one, an expedition into self-discovery and self-mastery. You've been the solo pilot, the chief engineer, and the head of mission control all rolled into one. And that foundational work is absolutely invaluable. Without a solid core, any additions would simply destabilize your entire structure. But now that your station possesses a sturdy framework, a clear purpose, and the initial systems for self-sufficiency, it is time to consider how others can contribute to its grander mission. Think of it this way: even the most brilliant inventor needs collaborators to bring their innovations to the world. The most inspiring leader needs followers to realize a vision, and the most resilient explorer needs a team to navigate uncharted territories. Your Space Station 1 is ready for its crew, but assembling that crew requires wisdom, discernment, and a well-defined strategy. Our first deep dive into the practicalities of first contact involves explaining how to properly vet and recruit vital crew members. We're talking about more than just casual acquaintances. We're discussing the strategic selection of mentors, partners, and friends who will become integral to your mission. Why is this vetting process so crucial? Because the individuals you allow onto your metaphorical space station will directly influence its atmosphere, its operational efficiency, and its trajectory. Just as a physical space station needs specialist scientists, engineers, medical personnel, pilots, your life station requires individuals who bring unique skills, perspectives, and energies. Consider the historical example of Sir Ernest Shackleton, the legendary Antarctic explorer. In 1914, as he prepared for the Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition aboard the Endurance, he posted an advertisement that famously read, "Men wanted for hazardous journey. Small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, safe return doubtful. Honor and recognition in case of success." This wasn't an ad designed to attract just anyone. It was a filter, a stringent vetting process embedded in the very first words. He wasn't looking for warm bodies, he was seeking specific qualities: resilience, determination, an adventurous spirit, and an understanding of the immense challenges ahead. He then conducted meticulous interviews, looking not just at sailing skills but at character, temperament, and the ability to work under unimaginable stress and close quarters. Shackleton understood that the success and indeed, the very survival of his mission depended entirely on the caliber and cohesion of his crew. He chose individuals who, even when disaster struck and the Endurance was crushed by ice, pulled together, trusted each other, and ultimately survived an incredible ordeal due to their collective strength and his remarkable leadership. His recruitment process focused on values and resilience as much as technical skill, a lesson we can all apply. From a psychological perspective, the meticulous vetting and recruitment of your crew, be they mentors, partners, or friends, is paramount because humans are inherently social creatures, and our environment profoundly shapes our thoughts, emotions, and actions. The concept of social contagion is incredibly powerful. The attitudes, habits, and even the emotional states of those around. There's no room for ambiguity or ego when the stakes are so high, and similarly, your personal mission deserves the same level of communicative excellence. Psychologically, these communication components are foundational to trust, cohesion, and motivation within any group, including your personal crew. Active listening, at its core, communicates respect and validates the other person's experience. When someone truly feels heard, it fosters a sense of psychological safety, making them more likely to share ideas, concerns, and feedback openly. This active engagement reduces misinterpretations, which are often the root cause of conflict and inefficiency. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another, builds deep rapport and strengthens bonds. It allows you to anticipate needs, offer appropriate support, and navigate disagreements with compassion rather than antagonism. Without empathy, communication can become cold, transactional, and ultimately, alienating. Finally, clear delegation is crucial for managing cognitive load and empowering your crew. When tasks are delegated ambiguously, it creates confusion, anxiety, and often leads to rework. Clear delegation, however, provides a sense of purpose, autonomy, and competence, which are powerful motivators. It tells your crew exactly what needs to be done, why it matters, and how their contribution fits into the larger mission, transforming them from passive recipients of orders into active participants in a shared endeavor. This clear assignment of roles and responsibilities prevents burnout, reduces friction, and optimizes collective performance. To implement this comlink strategy effectively for your space station 1, begin by consciously practicing active listening. When a crew member, a friend, partner, or mentor is speaking, make it your absolute priority to give them your undivided attention. Put away distractions, maintain eye contact, and resist the urge to interrupt or formulate your response before they've finished. Try techniques like paraphrasing what you've heard in your own words to confirm understanding. So, what I'm hearing is that you're feeling overwhelmed by X because of Y, is that right? Ask clarifying questions that demonstrate your engagement, such as, could you elaborate on what you mean by that, or what's the most challenging aspect for you? Secondly, cultivate empathy. This involves intentionally trying to see situations from another's perspective. Before reacting, pause and ask yourself, given their experiences, their personality, and their current situation, why might they be thinking or feeling this way? Read books, watch documentaries, or engage in conversations that broaden your understanding of different walks of life. The more you expand your own perspective, the more empathetic you become. Finally, master the art of clear delegation. When assigning a task or asking for help, be explicit. Define the objective, the desired outcome, the timeline, and any resources available. Explain the why behind the task, not just the what. Use the SMART criteria. Ensure your delegated tasks are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Empower your crew members by giving them the autonomy to execute the task in their own way, while being available to support and guide them if needed. Remember, delegation is about empowering, not just offloading. And now, having meticulously designed your station, laid its foundations, and begun the crucial work of assembling and communicating with your crew, we arrive at a significant milestone. It's time to pause, reflect, and celebrate the completion of the main structural modules of your metaphorical Space Station 1. This is a moment of profound achievement, a testament to your unwavering dedication, your strategic foresight, and your remarkable resilience. You've brought this vision from an abstract concept to a tangible, operational reality. Imagine an architect who has spent years designing a skyscraper, painstakingly overseeing every phase from excavation to the to acknowledge the incredible work you've done in completing the main structural modules, recognizing that these moments of triumph are essential fuel for the journey still ahead. The first contact you've made isn't just with others, it's with the expanded possibilities that collaboration unlocks for your own Space Station 1. You are no longer navigating the cosmos entirely alone. You have a vision, a solid foundation, and now, the burgeoning support of a dedicated crew. This collective power will enable you to undertake missions previously unimaginable, to explore sectors of your life you once thought inaccessible, and to maintain your station with a level of resilience and innovation that a solo effort could never match. The universe of your potential has just expanded exponentially. In our next chapter, we will delve into the intricate systems and operational protocols that keep a multi-crewed Space Station 1 running smoothly, exploring the art of resource management, conflict resolution, and continuous improvement. For now, take a deep breath, look out at the stars from the command deck of your magnificent, crew-ready Space Station 1, and know that you are ready for whatever adventures lie ahead. The journey continues, stronger, wiser, and more collaborative than ever before. The 7-Day Action Plan. Welcome back, future Space Station Commander. We've journeyed through the cosmos of self-discovery, explored the architecture of purpose, and understood the critical components of a thriving space station. Now, as we prepare for the final, most exhilarating phase of our mission, it's time to move beyond theory and into the tangible, the actionable, the truly transformative. This chapter, the 7-Day Action Plan, isn't merely a summary, it is your launch sequence, your orbital insertion, your immediate pathway to actively implementing every strategy we've discussed, right here, right now, in your own life. Are you ready to transition from a conceptual blueprint to a living, breathing, operational space station? Are you prepared to take the accumulated wisdom of our journey and translate it into a week of deliberate, impactful action? Good. Because this isn't just a reading assignment, it's a call to arms, a detailed 7-day orbital program designed to propel you forward. We're going to lay out a concrete, step-by-step framework that ensures you don't just understand these concepts, but that you embody them, integrate them, and begin to experience their profound effects on your personal and professional trajectory. This plan is built on the premise that sustained progress comes from consistent, intentional effort, and that even the most monumental changes begin with a single, well-placed step. So, let's chart our course for the week ahead, focusing on immediate implementation and measurable progress. Our journey through this action plan begins with the foundational elements, ensuring your station is structurally sound and your direction is clear. We'll dedicate our initial efforts to establishing a solid baseline, much like a spacecraft undergoing pre-flight diagnostics. Days 1 and 2, perform the baseline system check and map the initial flight path. Think of your space station not just as a metaphor for your life, but as a complex, interconnected system. Before any major maneuver or expansion, a seasoned astronaut performs a thorough system check. What exactly does this entail for you? It means taking an honest, introspective inventory of your current state across critical domains, your physical energy levels, your mental clarity, your emotional resilience, and your spiritual alignment, or lack thereof. This isn't about judgment, it's about data collection. It's about understanding the current operational parameters of your unique station. How much fuel do you currently have in your tanks? Are all systems running optimally, or are there warning lights flickering in the background that you've been choosing to ignore? Let me share a story. Imagine Sarah, a brilliant software engineer, felt perpetually drained, despite her professional successes. Every morning, she'd wake up feeling as though she'd already run a marathon. Her mental focus wavered by mid-afternoon, and her once vibrant creativity felt dim. For her system check, Sarah dedicated an hour each evening on day 1 to journaling. She meticulously logged her sleep quality, her eating habits, her hydration, and how she felt emotionally after different interactions throughout the day. She noted down moments of frustration, joy, anxiety, and peace. She even assessed her engagement with hobbies she once loved, realizing they'd fallen by the wayside. On day 2, she consolidated this data, creating a visual dashboard of her life. She saw, with stark clarity, that irregular sleep, excessive screen time before bed, and a diet heavy in processed foods were significantly depleting her energy reserves. She also identified a subtle but constant hum of anxiety stemming from an unaddressed conflict with a colleague. Psychologically, this baseline system check is absolutely critical because it disarms the often vague and overwhelming feeling of something's not right. When you quantify and qualify your current state, you move from abstract dissatisfaction to concrete data points. This process externalizes your internal world, allowing you to observe it objectively. It's akin to, by narrowing your focus to 1 or 2 critical areas identified in your system check, and then defining specific, manageable steps, you create a clear runway for action. This initial success, even a small one, triggers the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine, which reinforces the behavior and makes you more likely to continue. It builds self-efficacy, the belief in your ability to succeed in specific situations. This isn't about perfection, it's about momentum. It's about proving to yourself that you are capable of intentional change and that your space station can indeed adjust its course. For practical application on day 2, After completing your system check analysis, choose one primary area for improvement based on what you discovered. Then, define 1 to 3 SMART goals for that area that you can realistically achieve within the next 7 days. For example, if your system check revealed poor sleep, your flight path might be, for the next 7 days, I will turn off all screens 1 hour before bed and read for 20 minutes instead. Or if it's about mental clarity, I will meditate for 10 minutes each morning before checking emails. Write these down. Make them visible. This is your initial flight plan, your first set of coordinates for your journey to a higher orbit. Now, as we move into the middle of our week, we pivot from assessment and planning to active recalibration and shedding unnecessary burdens. Just as an astronaut must carefully manage what enters and exits the airlock, you too must be deliberate about what you allow to occupy space in your station. Days 3 and 4. Activate the airlock protocol and eliminate 3 sources of personal gravity. The airlock protocol is your intentional gateway for filtering what comes into your space and, more importantly, what needs to be ejected. In the context of your personal space station, this means consciously identifying and removing elements that are detrimental to your mission. What clutter has accumulated? What invisible forces are holding you down, consuming your precious resources, and preventing you from achieving true weightlessness? This isn't about mere spring cleaning, it's about strategic decluttering for optimal performance and well-being. Consider David, a budding entrepreneur, who realized during his system check that he constantly felt overwhelmed and lacked time for strategic thinking. His airlock protocol involved a deep dive into his daily routine and his network. He discovered that spending 2 hours every morning mindlessly scrolling through news feeds and social media before starting work was a massive energy drain. This was his first source of personal gravity. Secondly, he identified a persistent low-level anxiety stemming from a client who consistently pushed boundaries, demanding more work for less pay, and rarely expressed gratitude. This relationship was a significant emotional weight. And thirdly, he realized his home office, cluttered with old files and forgotten projects, was a physical manifestation of his mental chaos. Psychologically, activating the airlock protocol is an act of empowerment. It shifts you from a passive recipient of external influences to an active gatekeeper of your own energy and mental space. When you consciously decide to eject sources of personal gravity, those people, habits, or environments that pull you down, you reclaim agency. The mere act of identifying these elements can be liberating, as it moves them from subconscious burdens to concrete challenges you can address. This process fosters a sense of control and self-respect, reinforcing the idea that your well-being is a priority worth protecting. It's a powerful affirmation that you are the commander of your space station, and you have the authority to maintain its integrity. Furthermore, it creates a vacuum, so to speak, that new, positive elements can eventually fill. For your practical application on day 3, Dedicate focused time to identifying at least 3 distinct sources of personal gravity in your life. These could be a specific draining R. Simultaneously, over these 3 days, you will also reach out to recruit 1 new crew member. No astronaut operates in isolation. Your space station needs a crew, individuals who support your mission, offer different perspectives, and provide a sense of connection and shared purpose. A crew member could be a mentor, a collaborator, a peer who shares your aspirations, or even a trusted friend with whom you can share your journey more deeply. Let's return to Maya. After successfully navigating her cross-departmental project, her agility exercise, she realized how much she benefited from the input of a senior colleague who had informally guided her through some of the political challenges. On day 7, Maya intentionally reached out to this colleague, expressing her gratitude and asking if they would be open to an occasional, informal mentorship chat over coffee once a month. This wasn't a formal request for a lifelong mentor, it was a simple, genuine outreach. For John, who was exploring digital art, he posted some of his initial, admittedly rough, work in an online forum for digital artists and asked for constructive feedback. He connected with another aspiring artist who shared similar struggles and offered to form a small accountability group. Psychologically, recruiting a new crew member addresses our fundamental human need for belonging and social support. Isolation, even when pursuing noble goals, can be a heavy form of personal gravity. Having someone in your corner, someone who understands your journey, offers encouragement, and provides constructive feedback, is invaluable. It reduces feelings of loneliness, provides external motivation, and broadens your perspective. These connections can be a vital source of emotional fuel, helping you navigate turbulence and celebrate successes. It also reinforces the idea that true strength often lies in interdependence, not just independence. You don't have to carry the weight of your entire space station alone. For your practical application on days 5, 6, or 7, identify 1 person whom you genuinely admire or whose perspective you value, and consciously reach out to them. This outreach can be as simple as sending a thoughtful email, making a phone call, or scheduling a brief coffee meeting. The purpose isn't to ask for a huge favor or to demand their time, but to initiate a connection based on genuine curiosity, shared interest, or a desire for mutual growth. You might say, "I've been working on," briefly mention your mission/project, "and I really admire your insights on specific area. I was hoping to pick your brain for just 15 minutes sometime next week, or even just exchange thoughts via email." Be specific, respectful of their time, and clear about your intention for connection. This act of reaching out is an agility exercise in itself, requiring vulnerability and courage, but the potential rewards are immeasurable. So, there you have it, a concentrated, 7-day orbital program designed to launch you from introspection to implementation. Days 1 and 2, your system check and flight path, establish your current state and desired trajectory. Days 3 and 4, your airlock protocol, empower you to shed the unnecessary weights holding you back. And days 5 through 7, your zero-G agility and crew member recruitment, propel you into dynamic growth and foster invaluable connections. This isn't just a checklist, it's an invitation to embark on a transformative week of intentional living. Each step builds upon the last, creating a cumulative effect that will leave you feeling lighter, more focused, and profoundly more capable by the end of 7 days. Do not underestimate the power of these seemingly small, deliberate actions. Just as a tiny adjustment in trajectory can lead to a completely different destination in space, these focused efforts in your life will compound, guiding you towards the incredible future you envision for your space station. Embrace the challenge, commit to the process, and watch as your personal mission begins to soar. As you conclude this chapter and prep. Summary. Welcome, intrepid voyager, to the 10th and final chapter of our extraordinary expedition aboard Space Station 1. This isn't just an ending, it is a profound beginning, a moment of synthesis, reflection, and quiet celebration. We have journeyed through the vastness of both the cosmos and the intricate landscape of your own potential, venturing far beyond the familiar gravitational pull of your perceived limitations. This chapter serves as our triumphant return to base, a meticulous review of the invaluable lessons we've gathered, and a deeply personal reflection on the transformative odyssey you have just completed. Remember that initial spark, that curiosity, that whisper of an aspiration that first compelled you to embark on this mission. Think back to the metaphorical launchpad, the earthbound self you were when this program began. Now, as we prepare for a gentle, yet powerful, re-entry into your daily life, I invite you to truly grasp the monumental shift that has occurred within you. You are no longer merely standing on the ground, looking up at the stars with distant longing. You have, metaphorically speaking, traveled among them, built a station in their midst, and now carry the stardust of that experience within your very essence. This is a journey of elevation, of expanded perspective, and of the profound realization of what you are truly capable of achieving. It's about consolidating the wisdom, integrating the skills, and internalizing the mindset of an astronaut of life. Let us now embark on a detailed exploration of the key points, revisiting the core lessons from each of our 6 main modules, allowing them to resonate anew with the depth of your accumulated experience. Our first module, you may recall, was aptly named Ignition and Launch. This was where we dared to dream, where we established our vision and set forth audacious goals. The core lesson here was the absolute necessity of a clear, compelling purpose, a powerful why that fuels every subsequent action. Without that initial ignition, that defined trajectory, even the most advanced spacecraft remains inert. Do you remember the initial excitement, the thrill of charting your course? Consider the story of a young entrepreneur, let's call her Anya, who dreamed of creating sustainable, affordable housing in her community. For years, she had vague notions, scribbled ideas, but no concrete plan. Her ignition and launch moment came when she visited a dilapidated neighborhood and saw families struggling. That visceral experience solidified her purpose. Her vision wasn't just to build houses, it was to restore dignity, to empower communities. This clarity of purpose, this powerful why, became her rocket fuel, propelling her through countless challenges. Without that deeply personal connection to the problem she wanted to solve, the initial spark would have quickly faded. She identified her core values, understood the impact she truly wanted to make, and meticulously outlined her mission parameters, much like mission control mapping out a flight plan. Psychologically, this initial phase is profoundly important because it taps into our intrinsic motivation, our deepest values, and our self-determination. When our goals are aligned with what truly matters to us, we experience a surge of energy, a sense of meaning that transcends mere ambition. This alignment reduces cognitive dissonance and increases commitment. It's about more than just setting smart goals, it's about setting soulful goals. When we connect our aspirations to a higher purpose, to something that stirs our spirit, we unlock reserves of resilience and creativity we never knew we possessed. It's the difference between merely going through the motions and embarking on a deeply meaningful quest. Our brains are wired to seek purpose, and when we provide it with a clear, inspiring destination, it orchestrates our thoughts and actions towards that aim with remarkable efficiency. For your practical application steps, I urge you to revisit your initial vision statement from Module 1. Is it still as potent as it was? Does it still ignite that internal fire? Spend some quiet time journaling about your why for continuing this journey. Ask yourself, what grand purpose does my daily effort serve? How does this mission contribute to a larger, more meaningful narrative? Consider creating a visual representation of your purpose, perhaps a vision board, a digital collage, or even a simple drawing, and place it where you'll see it daily. Let it be a constant, unwavering beacon reminding you of the profound significance of your voyage. Our second module, Orbital Mechanics, focused on understanding the systems, the forces at play, and the meticulous planning required to maintain a stable trajectory. The core lesson here was the power of disciplined strategy and adaptive planning. It's not enough to simply launch, you must understand the physics of your environment, the intricate dance of cause and effect, and be prepared to make precise adjustments. Think of an accomplished marathon runner, Sarah. Her ignition and launch was deciding to run a marathon. Her orbital mechanics phase involved meticulously planning her training schedule, researching nutrition, understanding pacing strategies, and learning about injury prevention. She didn't just run, she studied running. She understood the physiological systems of her body, the impact of different terrains, and the importance of rest and recovery. When unexpected obstacles arose, like a minor injury or a change in weather, she didn't abandon her mission. Instead, she adapted her plan, consulted experts, and found alternative ways to stay on track. Her success wasn't just about effort, it was about intelligent, informed effort, a deep respect for the systems involved. She understood the feedback loops, the energy requirements, and the external variables that could affect her progress. This comprehensive understanding allowed her to maintain her desired trajectory, even when the path seemed challenging. From a psychological perspective, mastering orbital mechanics means cultivating a growth mindset and embracing systemic thinking. It's about recognizing that success is rarely accidental, it's the result of well-executed processes and the ability to learn from both triumphs and setbacks. This module builds self-efficacy because you see a direct correlation between your strategic actions and the desired outcomes. It fosters a sense of control and competence, reducing anxiety by providing a roadmap for navigating complexity. Moreover, it encourages problem-solving by breaking down large, daunting goals into manageable, interconnected steps, making the impossible seem achievable. It helps us avoid the pitfalls of impulsive action, instead promoting thoughtful, evidence-based decision-making. For your practical application steps, I encourage you to review your current processes. Are there any areas where you are relying too much on brute force and not enough on elegant strategy? Can you identify the critical systems in your life, your workflow, your personal habits, your communication patterns, and optimize them for efficiency and effectiveness? Consider mapping out a complex challenge you currently face, breaking it down into its constituent parts, and then identifying the optimal sequence of actions, much like a mission planner charting a complex maneuver. Don't be afraid to solicit feedback on your strategies. External perspectives can often reveal blind spots. Our third module, Life Support Systems, was a crucial reminder that even the most advanced mission relies on the well-being of its crew. The core lesson here was the absolute non-negotiability of self-care and resilience. What is one small step you can take this week to venture beyond your comfort zone in that area? Perhaps it's initiating a difficult conversation, learning a new software program, trying a new sport, or taking on a project that feels slightly beyond your current skill set. Remember, true growth rarely happens within the confines of what is already easy or known. Embrace the initial awkwardness, for it is the precursor to mastery. Our fifth module, Docking Procedures, highlighted the critical importance of collaboration, effective communication, and building strong connections. The core lesson was that no significant mission is accomplished in isolation. Human endeavor flourishes through interdependence. Think of a complex scientific research team working to find a cure for a rare disease. Each scientist brings unique expertise: geneticists, chemists, clinicians, bioinformaticians. Their individual brilliance is undeniable, but it is their ability to effectively dock their knowledge, to communicate seamlessly, to share resources, and to trust each other's contributions that accelerates their progress. When one team member faced a roadblock, others offered insights from their own domains. They celebrated small victories together and navigated setbacks as a unified force. Their shared vision, combined with robust communication protocols and mutual respect, allowed them to achieve breakthroughs that would have been impossible for any single researcher working in isolation. They understood that the sum of their collective effort was exponentially greater than their individual contributions. Psychologically, mastering docking procedures speaks to our fundamental human need for connection and belonging. It builds empathy, improves conflict resolution skills, and enhances our ability to leverage diverse perspectives for innovative solutions. Collaborative efforts also distribute the emotional and cognitive load, preventing individual burnout and fostering a sense of shared responsibility and achievement. It validates the idea that vulnerability within a trusted group is a strength, not a weakness, and that asking for help is a sign of wisdom, not inadequacy. This module helps us overcome the often isolating nature of ambition by demonstrating that our greatest triumphs often emerge from the synergy of interconnected minds and hearts. For your practical application steps, consider an area in your life where you are currently struggling alone. Who might be an ally, a mentor, or a collaborator who could offer a different perspective or provide support? Reach out and initiate a conversation. Practice active listening, seeking to truly understand another person's viewpoint, even if it differs from your own. Identify ways you can strengthen the connections in your personal and professional networks, making a conscious effort to offer support and build bridges, rather than simply seeking help. Remember, your personal space station is stronger when it's part of a larger, interconnected network. Finally, our sixth module, Re-entry Protocol, brought us to the essential phase of integrating our experiences and sustaining momentum for the long haul. The core lesson here was the importance of reflection, integration, and the establishment of rituals and habits that embed new learning into your daily life. Consider a seasoned athlete, like a gymnast, after a demanding competition. Their re-entry protocol isn't just about resting, it's about meticulously reviewing their performance, identifying areas for improvement, celebrating their achievements, and then systematically adjusting their training regimen for the next challenge. They don't just move on, they integrate the lessons learned. They create rituals around their recovery, their nutrition, and their mental preparation, ensuring that the temporary peak performance becomes a sustainable, elevated baseline. They understand that true progress isn't a one-time event but a continuous cycle of effort, reflection, and adaptation. Their ability to consistently improve stems from this This shift cultivates gratitude for how far you've come and fosters a deep sense of empowerment, knowing that you possess the tools and the mindset to navigate future challenges. It's the ultimate antidote to provincial thinking, broadening your mental horizons and inviting a more expansive, benevolent view of both yourself and the world around you. This new vantage point enables you to make more informed decisions, react more calmly to adversity, and find creative solutions where none seemed to exist before. For your practical application steps, I encourage you to regularly practice mental orbital views of your current challenges. When faced with a difficult decision or an overwhelming problem, consciously step back. Imagine yourself looking down from a great height. What changes in your perception? What new connections or solutions become apparent? Cultivate a habit of gratitude for this elevated perspective, recognizing it as a hard-won achievement. Create a personal before and after reflection. Jot down where you were when you started this journey and clearly articulate where you stand now. What specific shifts in thinking or feeling have occurred? And now, my dear fellow astronaut, we reach the culmination of our journey, a moment for a deeply emotional and empowering message, one that resonates with the vastness of human potential. You have not simply completed a program, you have undergone a metamorphosis. You have not just learned lessons, you have embodied them. The very fact that you embarked on this mission, that you persevered through its modules, that you are here now, reflecting with such depth, speaks volumes about the incredible courage and limitless capacity that resides within you. The universe, in its breathtaking immensity, is a testament to what is possible. And within each of us lies a microcosm of that same boundless potential. You are not a static entity, you are a dynamic force of creation, growth, and transformation. Every challenge you've overcome, every new skill you've acquired, every limiting belief you've shed, is a star added to your personal constellation of achievement. This journey was not just about reaching Space Station 1, it was about realizing that Space Station 1 was always a part of you, waiting to be built, waiting to be inhabited. It represents your inner resilience, your intellectual curiosity, your emotional fortitude, and your unwavering spirit. Think of the pioneers of flight, from the Wright brothers to the astronauts who first walked on the moon. For centuries, flight was considered an impossible dream, a fanciful notion defying the very laws of nature. Yet, through unwavering vision, meticulous planning, relentless self-care, daring ventures into the unknown, profound collaboration, and continuous integration of learning, humanity achieved the seemingly impossible. These individuals weren't superhuman, they were human beings who dared to believe in a potential beyond the present reality. Their story isn't just a historical account, it's a living testament to the vastness of what the human spirit can achieve when it refuses to be limited by what has been done before. Their dreams lifted not just themselves, but all of humanity, to new heights. They showed us that the true laws of nature often include the potential for our own magnificent expansion. Psychologically, this closing message taps into the deepest wells of human aspiration, fostering self-efficacy, intrinsic motivation, and a profound sense of purpose. It ignites a growth mindset, cementing the belief that your abilities and intelligence are not fixed but can be continuously developed. This empowerment isn't a fleeting emotion, it's a foundational belief that will serve as your compass for every future endeavor. It encourages you to embrace audacious goals, to view setbacks as temporary detours, and to continuously strive for mastery in all aspects of your life. It reminds you that the journey of self-discovery and achievement is lifelong and inherently rewarding. You are not just capable of achieving you. Call to action. And so, intrepid listeners, we reach the final beacon of our journey through the cosmic expanse of Space Station 1. Your mission, which you chose to accept, has brought us to this critical juncture, a moment not of ending, but of transition and continued engagement. We've delved deep into the intricate designs, the breathtaking scope, and the profound human ambition encapsulated within this incredible orbital endeavor. Now, as our primary broadcast gracefully concludes, it's time for you, the seasoned explorer, to take your next concrete steps, to share your own unique insights, and to remain an active participant in this ever-expanding universe of ideas and possibilities that we have meticulously crafted together. First, and perhaps most vitally for the advancement of our collective future missions, your personal journey through Space Station 1 is not truly complete until your findings have been meticulously documented and widely shared. Think of this crucial act as transmitting your personal mission log back to Central Command, detailing your invaluable observations and unique experiences from the heart of the station. Every piece of data, every candid impression you offer, every nuanced reflection you share, is invaluable for the progressive advancement of our understanding and for shaping the trajectory of future narrative expeditions into the unknown. Just as an astronaut's detailed report on unforeseen atmospheric phenomena encountered during an exploratory probe can critically influence subsequent planetary landing strategies and spacecraft designs, your honest, thoughtful review of Space Station 1 serves as crucial feedback. This vital intel not only guides my creative trajectory as the author but also plays a pivotal role in helping fellow potential recruits, those yet to embark on this journey, decide if this auditory expedition is truly the right one for them. Your voice, your perspective, is a critical and cherished component of our ongoing mission's success and evolution. Why does this act of transmitting your log matter so deeply on a psychological level? Fundamentally, the very act of leaving a review taps into our innate human desire to contribute meaningfully, to be genuinely heard, and to actively assist others in their own complex decision-making processes. It provides a profound sense of agency and impact, knowing that your personal, authentic experience can genuinely influence another's choice, potentially guiding them to a discovery they might otherwise have missed. When you take the time to share your thoughts, you're not just inscribing a few digital lines onto a screen, you're becoming an integral and respected part of a larger, discerning community, offering invaluable social proof that validates the experience for new listeners. Your words become a guiding beacon, a reliable navigational marker, helping others confidently navigate the vast, often overwhelming, sea of available audio content, much like a precisely placed navigational buoy guides vessels to safe and welcoming harbors after a long voyage. This dynamic process inherently builds trust, fosters a deeper sense of shared discovery and camaraderie, and actively cultivates a vibrant, interactive community around the profound themes and compelling stories we have so carefully explored within Space Station 1. So, how exactly do you transmit this vital intelligence, this cherished personal mission log, back to our collective command center? It's remarkably straightforward and designed for ease of access. Simply navigate to the specific digital platform where you acquired and meticulously listen to Space Station 1. Whether that's a sprawling cosmic library like Audible, Apple Books, Google Play, Kobo, or any other digital frontier that hosts our audiobook, locate the intuitive option to leave a star rating and, crucially, to compose a written review. Take a genuine moment to reflect deeply on what truly resonated with you during our immersive journey. Was it the breathtaking immersive soundscapes that effortlessly transported you into orbit? The intricate technical details of the station's architecture that sparked your inner engineer's curiosity? The compelling and professional performance of the narrator that breathed life into every concept and character? Or perhaps a particular philosophical concept, a moral dilemma, or a grand vision that ignited your imagination and stayed with you long after the final chapter concluded? Even a few sentences eloquently expressing your genuine, unvarnished experience can make an astronomical difference in the perception and reach of this project. Your honest feedback, ranging from a glowing 5-star commendation to thoughtful, constructive insights that suggest areas for future growth, is not only welcomed but profoundly appreciated as we meticulously chart courses for all our future missions and narratives. Next, to further immerse yourselves profoundly in the expansive universe of Space Station 1 and indeed, to glimpse the thrilling potential for future explorations beyond its current boundaries, I extend a personal and exclusive invitation for you to dock your digital craft at our primary command center on the web. Consider this your unique access key to the restricted archives, a dedicated digital quadrant where the journey continues and deepens long after this final chapter concludes. Imagine the intellectual thrill of discovering the actual schematics for the intricate life support systems we discussed in the book, seeing detailed artist renderings of the modules before they were fully realized, or understanding the fascinating conceptual evolution of the station's design from initial spark to orbital reality. This is precisely where you can uncover those exclusive, behind-the-scenes insights, download high-resolution companion blueprints that meticulously detail various aspects of the station's complex structure and functionality, and even acquire your very own commemorative mission patches, tangible, digital symbols of your successful completion of this rigorous auditory voyage and your unwavering commitment to the spirit of exploration. From a psychological vantage point, offering these rich, supplementary resources is a powerful and astute strategy for fostering a deeper, more enduring connection with you, our dedicated and discerning listener, and for genuinely rewarding your sustained engagement. It artfully cultivates a sense of exclusivity, a delightful feeling of being in the know, or having privileged access to insider knowledge, which in turn significantly strengthens the unique and precious bond between author and audience. Furthermore, it expertly satisfies the natural human curiosity to delve profoundly deeper into subjects we find truly compelling and intellectually stimulating, encouraging you to move gracefully beyond the primary narrative and to actively explore the intricate lore and supporting materials that underpin the entire creation. This extended and interactive engagement deftly transforms what might otherwise be a passive listening experience into a dynamic, participatory journey. Soul. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.